Good morning. Can you all see and hear me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, I can see and hear you. Ms. Boulay, just wanted to check and make sure you're ready to go.
Good morning, I'm ready.
All right, perfect. And just for everyone's information, Ms. Federico is helping us today on the exhibits. With that, we are back on the record in proceeding number 25A-0044EG, Public Service Company of Colorado's Mountain Energy project filing. And first, we'll see if there's any preliminary matters before I resume my questioning of the company's witnesses. Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. We just have a scheduling issue that we wanted to raise with you. Mr. Hagland needs to complete his questioning and redirect before 2 p.m. today. I think that we'll be able to make that work, but just wanted to flag that.
Yep, we'll get it done.
Great, thank you.
That'll be an issue. Okay, thank you. Anything else before we get started?
Commissioner Gilman, yes, the company has 2 items this morning. I think we need first witness Laura Roberts and then witness Grace Jones. We have 1 correction and 1 update that we thought we could run through quickly before we bring the whole panel on. So I think Mr. Mann and Ms. Clem can stand down for just a moment, save them a few minutes. So maybe we'll start quickly with the update with Ms. Roberts. Just to put some context, the company is, as Ms. Roberts noticed, has continued to negotiate with landowners on LNG, and just in the last day has an update on the status of that process. And we think we can provide that update without going into confidential session. And so we thought we would just do that briefly, if that's acceptable.
Sure, that's helpful. Thanks. And be obviously as concise as you can be, but happy to hear the update. Thanks.
Yes. Ms. Roberts, reminder, of course, that you're still under oath from the last few days, and as you will be on the panel later today. Could you just quickly provide us an update on the status of the company's negotiations with a private landowner for land related to a longer-term LNG solution in the Breckenridge area?
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning. We do have an update related to the land for the long-term LNG facility. The private landowner provided the company with a counter offer in the most recent set of negotiations. And while nothing is signed yet, we do intend as a company to accept that counter offer and move forward with the piece of land that we had identified with that private landowner. Related to the confidential conversation that we had, we provided a range of dollars that we were estimating and proposing, and the counter offer is coming in near the lower end of that range that we provided in that session.
I think that's the only update we needed to provide. Obviously, Ms. Roberts is available for questions. We were trying to do it in a public way, so if there were more questions about the negotiations or pricing, we probably would need to move into a confidential session, but we're hoping that that's sufficient for what was needed in this proceeding.
No, I think that's good, and I'm glad we did the confidential session because I was gonna see if there was a way you could update me confidentially in an SOP or something, but since I already know the range, I think I'm pretty close on understanding where you are on the price. So appreciate that update. Okay, what else, Ms. Brahma?
That's all with Ms. Roberts, and then with witness Grace Jones, a couple of the questions that Commissioner, that you had asked of witness Jones yesterday caused us to do a double check and identify I think what we would consider a clarification correction to witness Jones's rebuttal testimony. So we have in box.com that correction. We have this is hearing exhibit 111, and we have both the confidential version and the public version in box, but the correction is only to it's all in public portions of her testimony, so we don't need to get into anything confidential. And in particular, if we could go to hearing exhibit 111, page 22, and then I'll walk through that briefly with Ms. Jones. So Ms. Jones, as I said with Ms. Roberts, just a reminder that you're still under oath from your testimony over the last few days. If we could perhaps scroll down a little bit to the questions starting on page 17, would you start walking us through the couple of corrections here in your testimony on pages 22 through 24?
Yeah, certainly. Thanks, Ms. Brahma. So as discussed after our conversation yesterday, Commissioner, we reviewed the discrete new business requests included in my rebuttal testimony and have provided some corrections just to make the language a little bit more clear. So the first correction here is just indicating that it's within the counties of Summit, Grand Lake, and Eagle counties, not necessarily the Eastern Mountain Gas System. So we struck that language. And then if you would continue to scroll. So there's a similar correction just indicating that it is the counties. And then final correction is on the next page, please. So here we just provided a footnote, and the footnote is pretty important. So just indicating that while these large new business requests in Eagle counties are within that county, it does not hydraulically impact the supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain Gas System. However, importantly, the hydraulic analysis is still correct, and therefore all of the analyses presented in my rebuttal testimony are as written.
So just
one follow-up, Ms. Brahma, just to that point. So what you're saying on, I think it was like page 52, 53, 54, somewhere in there, you show the comparison of the shortfall with the updated forecast, the updated base forecast. And so what you're saying is you had already properly accounted for the assumption that there is no hydraulic connection for those in which there is no hydraulic connection in those new calculations?
Correct. The modeling analysis is still correct because the hydraulic model inherently knows that that is not impacting the supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain Gas System due to the flow limitation of the Meadow Mountain pipeline.
Just wanted to check. Sorry, Ms. Brahma, go ahead.
That's fine. That's what we were trying to get to as well. So, so just if we could scroll up to the table on page 24, just so we can see that as a whole, just make one or two just more quick clarifications. So Ms. Jones, your comment about Eagle County here, the slice of the pie chart in purple, those customers are not necessarily in the Eastern Mountain Gas System. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are for the other slices of the pie, the counties, Grand County, Lake County, and Summit County, are those customers in the Eastern Mountain Gas System as reflected in this pie chart?
Yes, they are.
And lastly, just to maybe put a finer point on it, do your corrections this morning pertain only to the language around this particular chart and the Q&As leading up to it versus any other part of your testimony?
That is correct. The corrections today are just a clarifying correction. However, there's no further corrections in my rebuttal testimony as the hydraulic analysis is correct, and therefore the reference supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain Gas System throughout my testimony is also accurate.
Thank you. That's all we have for the corrections this morning. And I think we need to probably move for admission of the revised version of Ms. Jones' rebuttal, both the confidential and the public versions.
Okay, yeah, thanks for those corrections. And any objection? Okay, hearing none, we'll move those into evidence. Appreciate it. And thank you for the brief update. Okay, if we can get the whole panel back, I'll move expediently as possible. Just wanted to, okay, I think we've got everyone. I just want to remind each of you that you are still under oath. Does everyone understand that? Okay, see nodding heads across the board. I think we're good to continue. Ms. Brahma, do I need to wait for other counsel or we're good?
No, Ms. Mar Pacheco is also.
Okay. Let me make sure we were ready and I didn't.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in. And I did try to pare down my questions once I finally had a little bit of time last night, so I'm going to move as quick as I can. Ms. Jones, in your direct testimony, you indicated that following the 2021-22 heating season and the customer growth in the preceding years, the company undertook a refreshed in-depth analysis at system needs and at that time forecasted a significant and potentially challenging to remedy supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain gas system. So given that statement, is it accurate the company was not aware of the shortfall nor this incredibly challenging physical situation to bring more gas in prior to 2022?
So it was 2021 where the supply constraint specifically was first identified by the company. I think prior to that, there's a difference between a capacity constraint, right, and a supply constraint. Prior to that, there was some indications there could be a capacity constraint, but it wouldn't necessitate the level of project that we're now proposing as the Mountain Energy Project.
Okay. Are you aware how large the shortfall was at the time the company identified it?
The supply constraint was large enough such that the company identified the need for temporary LNG at the time. And I believe that was about 5 tanks. So it was smaller than what it is today. I don't have the exact number at my fingertips, but it was large enough to necessitate the need of LNG.
Okay. I'm curious, since this was identified, it sounds like in 2021, the company filed their first gas infrastructure plan in 2023. I think there was a mention of this project, but no kind of in-depth explanation or understanding, I think, of the cost and the size of the shortfall. And I'm curious why this was not, more significantly featured in the gas infrastructure plan as either a planned project or a significant supplier capacity constraint on the system.
Yes, so not having the 2023 gas infrastructure plan in front of me, my recollection was that we did have probably a page or so regarding the Mountain Energy Project and the process that was currently underway in order to facilitate identifying a planned project. What I will say is that yes, we identified this project in 2021. Here today in 2025, we're litigating said project. The company's analysis was incredibly thoughtful and thorough. We undertook an NPA analysis, kind of first of its kind in the nation, in order to determine such a large NPA portfolio may be suitable. We undertook stakeholder engagement, primary research, identified a lot of different solutions regarding traditional gas infrastructure, and that took time. So that was meant to indicate to the commission that while we did not have a planned project at that time, wanted to provide reassurance that we were working on it. And I believe that the efforts that we undertook over the last few years were incredibly fruitful to get us to the hybrid portfolio that we're proposing today and the settlement agreement, including such a large portfolio of NPAs.
Okay. And Ms. Roberts, in your rebuttal, you discussed that there will be noticeable differences in the costs of the supplemental supply for the MEP between this proceeding and the GIP. Can you just help me elaborate briefly on what the differential will be between the prices in the in the GIP and in the MEP?
Yeah, the MEP costs are specific to the supplemental supply that we are proposing for the long-term solution, which we've talked a lot about through this case. The GIP has additional costs included in it to bridge the gap between our temporary solution and when we can get the long-term solution in place. So the cost to implement LNG in 2025 and potentially 2026 as well, prior to the long-term facility being in service.
Okay, and that's anticipated to be done with the company-owned equipment, just at a different site?
Correct. So the company-owned equipment was used during the past heating season and will be used for the Mountain Energy Project, and the equipment cost is included in the Mountain Energy Project. At the temporary site, we're required to do additional work to tie that equipment into the existing system, as well as grading work and road work for the trucks to be able to pull into that temporary site. So those are the costs at the temporary site that will be above and beyond in the Mountain Energy Project, but are included as a forecast, as an estimate in the GIP.
Okay, thanks. A couple questions moving on to NPAs. So in the settlement, the company agrees to investigate by July 2026 the potential for including air to water heat pumps in the MPA portfolios. Can you explain to me what kind of exact technical features or otherwise the company expects to be investigating over the next 11 months?
Yes, I can. I think it'd be best for witness Carrie Clem to talk about that. Leading up to that filing that we indicated mid next year. So over to Ms. Clem.
Thank you. We will be investigating electrification opportunities for electric boiler systems that could then replace the hydronic heating systems that are currently gas powered. And it's a relatively new technology, especially in the United States. There's been more of this in Europe. And so we need to do the investigation to determine the technical assumptions and the costs and the rebate levels and things like that before we'll be able to add that into the portfolio. But I think it's a really important thing to add to the portfolio as soon as we can get that information ready, due to the amount of boiler heating in the mountain energy region and some of the comforts that go with that, like heated floors and things like that, to maintain that for our customers, as well as domestic hot water service that is often provided by those hydronic heating systems.
Okay. And does the company have reason to believe there are other kind of as viable solutions as air to water heat pumps that'll be part of that investigation, or will the investigation center on air to water heat pumps?
We'll look at all potential alternatives to air to water heat pumps as we explore how to create new electric heating options for those boiler systems. Today, a customer with a boiler could install cold climate mini split ductless heating system. And we also agreed in the settlement to add a domestic hot water solution for electrification. So customers could do that today, but in doing so, they lose some of those distribution system through the house comforts, like the heated floors or some other things that might be also heated by that boiler system. So some things are available today, but it requires a change in kind of how they warm the house and the heating aspects of it. And that electric boiler system would create a new opportunity to address some of those aesthetic concerns.
Okay, thanks. Does the company have plans as part of the portfolio to offer ground source heat pump rebates? I know there's a lot of talk about networked ground source heat pump and those pilots, but individual ground source heat pump, is that included in the portfolio?
That is included in the portfolio as proposed.
Okay. I wanted to look real quick at GKJ2 attachment to Joan's direct testimony, just to understand the technical aspect of something. GKJ2 table 4-10 on page 28. I was just curious, can you help me understand the origin and the use of the multipliers that we see here? You know, there's a few things I maybe wasn't expecting, like transport tends to be much higher than the others. Like we've got multifamily transport, non-heating higher than their heating. So where do these come from and then how are they used?
I think for that, I'd welcome witness Jones or witness Mann to comment on these heating values.
And Ms. Federico, maybe we can just blow up. We'll look at like the top half, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't fit the whole thing, so
Yeah,
if you're good.
no, you're good. Thanks.
Okay. Let me orient myself. Can you scroll up just a touch to the introduction text to this?
If this isn't what you
Yep,
meant, let me know.
No, that's perfect. All right. Yeah, so for each region and each building type, we had information from Excel regarding the annual and the peak hour consumption for heating and non-heating. And essentially, we had to take the annual savings from the TRM, which does not include a peak hour estimate for gas right now. And we had to use the disaggregation from Excel to convert our annual energy savings to peak hour savings. So essentially, for each region, based on actual consumption data for that region and the Excel model that disaggregates heating and non-heating usage in the peak hour, we had to use these factors to convert from annual estimates to peak hour estimates. So essentially, it's a calibration process that takes us from annual to peak hour.
Okay, and then what do you use them for?
This is, I guess, fundamental to estimating any of our savings assumptions for peak hour, because the only information that we have available from kind of our bottom up estimate using the TRM is the annual consumption. So in going from annual to peak hour, we have to use essentially like a multiplier that is going to align the TRM assumptions with the peak hour assumptions that come from gas modeling. So fundamentally, it's a calibration process that allows us to use the annual consumption estimates and annual savings estimates and convert them to a peak hour estimate.
Okay.
And it's essentially like shifting the consumption based on specific regions, because we also don't have enough information available in like a TRM based estimate to say specifically what's going to happen in Breck versus area 3 versus area 4, but we have that consumption data from Excel. So it's kind of a true up.
Okay. Can we just go down to the next page, Ms. Federico, in kind of first half? Yeah, perfect. So I just wanted to kind of gut check to understand what this is telling us. So if I look at the third line, I've got multifamily transport customers. So this is a multifamily property that takes service under transport tariff in Breckenridge. They're heating, I presume a higher factor means more impact on the peak load, right? Like more coincidence with peak?
Yep, it's larger facilities. So the transport customers are larger. So when we're comparing to an average, I think you can read that as the transport customers being 10x roughly like a typical commercial customer. And that's just because those facilities that are transport customers tend to be larger facilities.
Okay.
But there's, yeah.
So let me look at the third line here. Multifamily transport in Brax. This is a large multifamily building, right? So I've got 10 basically for heating and 9 for non-heating. So a pretty similar coincidence basically of heating loads contributing to peak and non-heating loads contributing to peak. Is that like, that's a general sense I could take from this?
That's right.
Okay. So let me go to area 3. Where was area 3 again? Does anyone know off the top of their head?
I'd have to look at the map to get it right.
I think you all went in order, so it's very nearby.
Right.
So if I look at area 3, multifamily transport, again, same type of building, just in a different, like slightly different area. It's still in Summit County. It's still whatever. The heating is 6 and the non-heating is 11. So
that's right.
In the same building type, in a slightly different zone, their non-heating loads have double the peak impact as their heating loads in this system.
Not exactly. Sorry. Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Their non-heating load is higher than the non-heating average. So that 11 is being applied to the non-heating load. It doesn't mean that the non-heating load is double the heating load.
No,
It
but
means
it's
that
more coincidence. It's twice as coincident with peak. Is that the right way to think of it?
No, sorry. You'll
Oh.
need to keep the two columns separate so that the heating load is, call it 6x the average, but the non-heating load is 11x the non-heating average for that group. And so it's calibrating the two separately. It's not saying that the heating and non-heating loads are equal. The heating load is 95% of the load roughly, and the non-heating load for the peak hour is going to be closer to 5. And these multipliers are adjusting that number. So it's not that they're equal heating, non-heating. It's that in order to calibrate the heating load, we multiply by that number. To calibrate the non-heating load, we multiply by this separate number. And some of that variability that you might see, especially in transport, could be partially an artifact of not that many customers. And so you might have a little bit more kind of site specific impacts for the types of buildings that are operating there. But in this case, this would be it would be an overall indication perhaps that this facility has more non-heating than some of the other facility types compared to its heating load. But the heating load is still by far the most, the highest end use consumption.
Okay, so the columns basically stand alone. So the heating column, I can compare one area to another and one building type to another. Same with non-heating, but not from column to column.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Is there any, like, was there any gut check or analysis done on, so like if I look at area 1 versus area 4, multifamily commercial, in area 4, I've got 4 times the factor as in area 1. Is there any like analysis as to why, both for heating, like why would one have far greater coincidence than the other?
We didn't do a specific analysis to that, and that's in part because the data that we have from Excel has a premise level heating and non-heating load. And while that information could be helpful, there's not a clear adjustment that we can necessarily make to reconfigure that, because that's the data that we see and the data that we have based on the modeling and the real gas consumption. So we didn't do like an investigation into, okay, which of these premises are driving in and what might be the characteristics of those premises. That's a little bit more detailed, kind of like site-specific analysis that we wouldn't have conducted as part of this study.
Okay. And is it likely that no melt gets identified as heating load since it's pretty coincident with the heating time?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Those are my only questions on this chart. I appreciate. I was trying to decipher what I should be able to compare here, but not. Probably to Miss Clem, but you tell me. For heat pump rebates, are you anticipating those to be on a per tonnage, at kind of a per tonnage level?
At this point, yes. They will mirror how we design our rebates in the DSM portfolio and the beneficial electrification and clean heat plan. And so we'll mirror those rebate structures for simplicity for the trade partners who may be working in both areas that do and don't qualify for the NPA portfolio. And currently those are in a per tonnage basis, but if that were to change in the future, we would mirror the NPA portfolio to align with the rebate structure.
Okay. And as I understand it, a condition, something unique to the NPA here will be that a condition of those rebates would be removal of the gas equipment that it's replacing, right?
That is correct. In order to ensure that we're impacting gas peak, we will require that they remove the gas equipment being replaced, even if it's an early retirement measure.
Okay. Are you anticipating rebates for customer on-site electrical upgrades that may be necessitated as part of an electrification project?
Those are not currently part of the project, but that is something that we're looking for into overall for the clean heat portfolio. And if we add it, at that point, we would also expand that into the NPA portfolio.
Okay. A few questions about gas-fired equipment, still in the NPA realm here. So for boilers, it's my understanding from supplemental direct that the company assumes a baseline efficiency of 84% and an upgraded efficiency of 95%. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds right.
Okay. Does the company assume any operational efficiency difference when an upgraded boiler is used for hydronic baseboard versus in-floor heat?
That would be reflected in our technical assumptions, and I'm not familiar with that level of detail.
Okay. Does the company have any concept as to the percentage of boiler-based systems that are used for baseboard versus in-floor heat?
No, I don't believe we have that level of detail.
Okay. So I don't know, are you familiar much with the operating efficiency levels of condensing boilers, like with regard to a boiler efficiency curve?
No, I'm not an engineer, so I'm not familiar with that level of detail, but witness man may be due to his background.
Okay. Are you generally familiar that condensing boilers do not condense at very high inlet water temperatures?
Yeah.
No, I'm not familiar with that level of technical detail.
Okay, sounds like Mr. Mann's got it. And does it sound reasonable to you that hydronic baseboard systems generally operate between 140 and 180 degrees Fahrenheit?
Subject to check. That's really beyond my area of technical expertise.
Okay. I think what I'm getting at, which you're probably getting, is that it is, I think, engineering implies far less likely for a condensing boiler to condense with a baseboard system than an in-floor system due to the very high temperatures it operates, which does not allow the boiler to operate in its condensing range a high percentage of the time. That's the premise.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to understand in terms of the technical detail of offering incentives, especially since we're looking here very much at, especially for equipment, the peak impact, not just energy, like we've been focused on for DSM for years. The operation at that peak impact really matters. So, you know, assuming what I've said is true, would you agree that the actual impact on peak reduction would very much depend on the use and operational characteristics of that boiler if it could actually be in the condensing range to achieve your 95% efficiency?
That does sound like a reasonable outcome.
The company indicates that DOE efficiency standards will require 95% efficient gas appliances starting in 2029. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
I can't really keep up federally, but is that still what's expected?
I have not heard that that has changed.
Okay. And a significant amount of a significant portion of the savings related to gas-fired equipment change out, to my understanding and looking at your information, occurs once that federal requirement sets in, and then everyone has to upgrade basically, right?
Right. If someone was replacing at that point, like end of life replacement, then that would be required that they would install that efficiency. However, early retirement could still be a factor at that point in time.
Okay. Couple more questions on the efficiencies here. So slightly different from the boiler, the only number that's different from the boilers in your assumed efficiency for furnaces is that the inefficient non-upgraded furnace starts at 80% instead of 84% for the boiler. And then your efficient is still at 95%. Does that sound right?
That sounds right, subject to check. I could grab it.
Okay. Yeah, it's in supplemental direct.
Right.
And in your supplemental direct, you also show how you calculate the peak hour savings. associated with the change in efficiency of the boiler, which is basically the baseline peak hour load times 1 minus baseline efficiency over the upgraded efficiency. Does that sound technically right to you?
That sounds just what the formula says.
Okay, okay. So I wanted to go to hearing exhibit 102, GKJ2. Has table 6.1, which shows I believe it's page 107. Yeah, a little torturous to look at. We can zoom in a little so we can like see what's here. But this is basically the residential single family measures for NPAs. And on here, you'll see things like changing from a furnace to an air source heat pump, changing from an inefficient furnace to a more efficient furnace, as well as envelope measures and a host of other things. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So on here is where we would see the actual kind of honestly both inputs and outputs about what the company is assuming for, say, upgrading a gas furnace. And there's early and then end of life for pretty much everything on this list. Are you tracking with all that?
Yes.
Okay, got it. I took this information and put it into an executable document so I could just actually look at it because I was having trouble with one of the calculations. So I did give that to Miss Federico. So Miss Federico, would you mind pulling up my executable version? I think the powers that be marked it as hearing exhibit 1001, but I'm less interested in what we have to do. Okay, maybe we could just blow it up. So I will represent to you, these are all the same numbers. I didn't go to the trouble to make it look color-wise the same as yours. These are the same numbers, same column, same information that was represented in table 6.6-1 that we just looked at. So what I tried to do using your formula on how you calculate the peak hour impact was try to understand what I was looking at here, because almost immediately I came to some different numbers. So there's a column here, column D, that shows peak hour demand reduction per unit. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So I would assume, let's see if we take a gas furnace like on line 13 or 14, you take a gas furnace and you change to a cold climate air source heat pump, right? I would assume that what I'm seeing in column D there for the savings is the entirety of the heating load, right? You just took it all and electrified it. So it went away. So that is showing me the total of the space heating load. Does that sound like a fair assumption?
I am going to refer to witness man. It does to me, but I want confirmation from witness man because Apex prepared the potential study. And
yeah, so basically if B13 shows what would be the entirety of the heating load removed when you completely electrify it.
It sounds like a fair assumption, but that may include efficient boilers as well. So this would, if you're looking at a aggregate of furnace to cold climate air source heat pumps, you should have both inefficient and efficient furnaces. But if you're looking at a furnace upgrade, it's only inefficient to efficient. Does that track?
I think that's a possibility. I'm not sure it makes my issue better. I think it might make my issue worse with the calculation, but I'll keep that in mind and try and analyze that. Okay.
Okay.
So then we go down 2 lines and you've got the gas furnace change out. So this is an inefficient furnace to efficient furnace. So this has, whereas the entire change out was 0.069, this is 0.0182 in peak demand savings to change from efficient to non-efficient, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at the difference between those two peak demand savings, what I came to was a figurative efficiency gain of 26.4%. between the two, assuming that line 13 is the entirety of the heating load, and then line 15 is what I'm getting in my efficiency, in my percentage gain from a more efficient, furnace. Those are 26.4% different, not 15% different, which I would assume if you're changing from an 80% to a 95%. Are you tracking with what I'm saying here?
I am. I think, though, again, it might be, I'm not sure if we have this data available in the report, but more appropriate to start just with the per home consumption and work off of that rather than using the cold climate heat pumps savings. But I do see where you're getting at, and it would
Okay.
be, yeah.
Okay.
It's not exactly how we calculate that, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I can look at it. I just wanted to bring up in this and see if we think we have an issue with how this is calculated given the figurative, but I can compare it to, you don't have to write this second, but would you be able to refer me to the proper place to look at for the whole house heating assumption?
Let me see if that is in the testimony, but I'll take a look for that. I'm not sure if it is specifically in there.
No worries. I'd appreciate that. The only thing I'd say I showed on here was I did the same thing for the boiler line just to try and understand is what's calculated here matching with your assumed efficiencies, but happy to look at another resource, if you can help me find it to recalculate that. Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ms. Federico, I think we're done looking at this, and I just wanted to show you with the document that I actually calculated it in. So curious, this may be a Mr. Thompson question. In identifying the necessary electric upgrades on the electric grid, has the company considered enrollment in any electric demand response or flexibility programs or trying to incent such to reduce the electric impact?
Yeah, so the company, essentially what we did is we took the incremental load from the Grace Jones, the document that we just looked at, we applied it to our base forecast and then identified the loads. In terms of if DSM was implemented or accounted for, we did not account for it, although it is within our growth within that forecast. It's a base into the actual base forecast, I guess you could say, but it wasn't specifically accounted for.
Okay. And then as I understand it, and sorry, jump around just a little, this may be more a Mr. Bouquet question. So it sounds like the company anticipates using the DSM roundtable for stakeholder updates on rebate levels, types of measures being rebated. And I'm curious, is that a forum that Summit County governments and their contractors in the mountains have regularly attended?
Yeah, good question, Commissioner Gilman. The settlement agreement references the DSM roundtable as a good forum for these discussions. It also contemplates the creation of a new mountain energy NPA working group. So to the extent that folks aren't able or aren't interested in joining the DSM roundtable, we have that other forum as well. Of course, we'd welcome them into the DSM roundtable to the extent they're not already. I would invite Carrie Clem to weigh in if she knows one way or the other. But by standing up this new process in the settlement agreement, we want to make sure that we're all talking about everything we need to be talking about.
Okay, that's helpful. Ms. Clem, a couple questions for you on gas demand response. So as I understood from, I think 2 days ago, the expected report from Q2 of 2025 on the company's gas demand response pilot has been delayed, so it didn't come out in Q2 2025. Do you have any update on when it will be released and in what venue or what forum we would be able to find that?
Yes, we actually did receive the report in Q2 from the engineering firm that was doing the evaluation. And then since then, our engineers have been going through it, and our product development team is taking the results and the lessons learned from that pilot and converting it into a filing for an official demand response program to roll out. And it's specifically aimed at areas where we have peak issues on the gas system, and the Mountain Energy region is going to be included in that initial filing. And so that's the venue that we will be reporting out through, is that filing for a demand response program.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Were any outcomes or assumptions, I think we went over this the other day, but I just want to confirm, were any assumptions used in this filing a result of anything that was learned from that pilot, or, you know, either of the 1.5 pilots, I guess?
They were not used due to the timing of when the potential study was started and when those results became available, but they are in line with the assumptions in the potential study, what we are seeing as the initial results coming out of that, the report that we received at the end of 2025.
Okay, and were those pilots specific to residential? I think the one was, I don't know if the second one was or wasn't, and like what'll help inform your demand response offerings for commercial or transport customers?
They were specific to residential, to the best of my knowledge from the information that I've seen. They were residential focused, and we didn't unfortunately get to the point in the behavioral demand response pilot to have any results to be able to help inform us on that specific technology and demand response savings associated with that behavioral demand response pilot that we were running. But the thermostat pilot did have some strong results, and we did have interested parties as we were surveying in the potential study. We saw interest in commercial facilities in doing smart thermostat type measures, as well as some potential for some full facility demand response that isn't end use specific. So there will be things that we'll be looking at to further offer on the commercial side as well.
And is the company considering it all? I mean, I understand and appreciate that there is no proposal to roll out like gas AMI meters across the board, but understanding that we really lack granularity in the gas meters in terms of usage. But is there any thought to potentially use those in terms of like a pay for performance program for commercial? So just in a discrete way, rolling them out to be able to track if people wanted to really manage their own performance and reduce in response to a price signal or other program.
Yeah, if the technology is available, that's something that we would be interested in looking at the potential for and seeing if it makes sense to roll something out there.
Okay. So are the commercial programs you're looking at thus far kind of direct control programs rather than kind of customer driven reduction programs?
A lot of our large gas customers and transport customers are already on interruptible rates. And so to that extent, it's not like an event specific, but it is, well, actually, maybe it is somewhat event specific in terms of they have already signed up for interruptible gas service. And so they're excluded from the potential or the implementation plan eligibility. And then those that remain are the ones where we would be, you know, looking at price signals and response to events. I think price signals where we're able to get the data to discern the performance of customers on events, whether residential or commercial. Those are the types of events that enable us to really engage customers and have customers more broadly reduce their peak energy use.
So I wouldn't doubt that it might be true that some very large transport customers in like Denver Metro are on interruptible rates, but is that really true in Breckenridge? That a good share of your largest customers are interruptible on the coldest days of the year?
It's my understanding that they have premises that are on interruptible rates and premises that are not on interruptible rates. So it depends on the use of the specific premise, and it's not at a broad customer level.
Okay. Do you, when you have transport customers, do you also track like what type of customers they are? Not just they are transport or not, but like it's a transport, but it's a hotel, it's a restaurant, it's a ski resort. Do you have granularity of understanding of the flavor of the transport customers?
Yes, nearly all of our gas transport customers are also our electric customers. There's very few that are not our electric customers, and therefore we have that information on them.
Okay. How long did the natural gas behavioral response pilot run before it was ended by the vendor?
Let me look that up quick.
Yeah, and like a rough, I don't know, less than a year, more than a year.
No, it was more than a year. It was either 2 or 3 heating seasons.
3 heating seasons.
Either 2 or 3.
Okay. Did the company was paying the vendor along the way for this pilot, I presume?
We were working with our smart thermostat vendors to implement the control periods and things like that. And so we were, compensating them for their efforts, just like we do for like our normal cooling AC rewards.
Okay, so I'm curious, was the company provided any information that was collected over the multiple seasons? I understand there was no like nicely bound report that's done and ready because of kind of the abrupt nature of it ending, but did the company receive some data either as it went or at the end of that arrangement?
Commissioner,
if I may, can you hear me?
Yeah.
If I may, I think there may be some confusion. Are you asking about the behavioral demand response?
Yeah.
Or the heat savers? I think there may be some confusion on the way this is part. So sorry for interrupting. I just want to make sure that we don't have to revisit this in the event there's some confusion.
Yeah, behavioral demand response.
Okay, I apologize. For the behavioral demand response pilot, we never got to the point where we were calling events. The company providing the pilot went out of business before we got to that point. We were at the point of enrolling customers in the pilot.
Okay.
When they went
never operationalized, no data at all.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to understand that. Thanks, Ms. Pacheco, for I just didn't understand how long that one had run at all. Okay.
And just to correct my further statement, we were paying that vendor progress payments along the way for their part and their role in installing devices.
Okay, got it. So I wanted to ask real quick a little more about transport customers. CEO expressed a concern that customers could move to transport customers to kind of avoid paying any DSMCA flowed costs from this. And I was curious, since LDCs are effectively transport customers, right? And the company proposes treating LDCs in a way in that if they increase their requests in the future for their demand, they would be charged a portion of this. And curious if the company is considering or would consider a similar arrangement for shippers or transport customers to ensure that it follows the same methodology as you would for LDCs or other transport customers.
I think this might be a question for Mr. Paquet. Sorry, I was going to try and help direct.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. I think this came up in the case itself, if I recall. I don't know. To your point, I believe it came up in the energy office's testimony. I believe we said this customer switching issue, if I'm understanding your question right, is I think something that we're happy to look into, but it's a broader question, right? And so that venue seems like it's relevant for the upcoming gas phase 2 case. we can take a little bit of a more comprehensive look at that question.
But is there a reason why, I mean, to the extent that if a transport customer or, the shipper to them increases those volumes in, on your peak day, that makes the problem worse. Over the last however many years it has been contributing to this shortfall, I don't know the percentage in Summit County, but system-wide, I understand you to be at about 50% transport customers. So, I guess I'll ask, is there any reason why you could not follow the same methodology as you're talking about with LDCs to, upon a request from a shipper or a transport customer, I don't know the level of granularity there, you would charge a proportional cost as you've recommended to do for LDCs?
I don't think there's a prohibition for creating a new charge like that. It's just it wasn't part of our proposal because we're seeking to stay within the general cost assignment framework that exists for MPAs. We thought the case of other LDCs was a bit different, requiring more of an adjustment. But again, I don't think anything would prohibit that.
Okay, thanks. And while I have you, Mr. Bouquet, back on like cost recovery, who pays when and what. I think you had suggested when you were talking with Mr. Bunker that a gas rate case, as you said here today, would be an ideal venue when looking at total system cost to evaluate these local cost differential issues that have been brought up by UCA and others. And so I'm tracking with you. As I understand, the company's going to file a rate case for gas this December. And I think that's expected to be a phase 2 rate case. Can you tell me if that's going to be just a phase 2, or are you expecting a combined phase 1 and 2 gas rate case in December?
Right. As you know, coming out of the last phase 1 rate case, I believe earlier this year, there was a directive to file the phase 2 at the end of this year. So we're absolutely preparing the phase 2. At all times, the company continues to evaluate the need for phase 1 rate cases. I believe that this actually came up recently on the company's most recent quarterly earnings call. And so I think, as it was stated there, right, the company's evaluating the need. I think there's a chance that there might be a combined case at the end of the year, but certainly a phase 2.
Okay. So given this interest in really understanding, get our arms around this local cost allocation and the issue where, I mean, I think we are seeing it's a little undeniable. There's a lot of costs here for a specific localized project. Understanding it's been all along, we've been socializing a lot of those, but given all of the issues cropping up now, to move this discussion on locational cost differentials and cost imposed on the system for growth specific to new areas to that gas rate case, I'm curious, do you have any thoughts on what information could or should be filed to really initiate that discussion in that gas rate case? As you're probably aware, it can get hard to introduce these new topics halfway through or 2/3 of the way through. So if you believe that's the right venue to discuss this, what could the company provide as part of their direct filing to help to frame this discussion in terms of like details on these locational cost allocation issues?
Well, I think there's 2 important pieces to highlight there. One is coming out of the settlement itself, right? That there's a new base rate area RFP and scoping process that's going to be kicked off, but as agreed to by the settling parties, right? And so I think that allows an upcoming phase 1 or combined phase 1, phase 2 case to allow the results of that RFP to come into it to supplement the discussion, right? And you can see some of the terms around that language makes it clear that parties won't object to the introduction of that material, either through answer testimony or rebuttal or whatever it is, not calling it at a scope or not appropriate for the case. And so I think that's an important piece to remember here on the geographic side of things. Also, remember too, that coming out of the last phase one rate case earlier this year, there's a directive to include our line extension policies for review. And we also made a proactive commitment to doing that in the company's rebuttal case. I believe it was the rebuttal testimony of Stephen Berman, who said that we will come forward and include any new proposals if we think it's warranted, but we're going to take a fundamental review of our line extension policies to think about the cost causation principles that are being discussed quite frequently by the commission. Of course, there's an ongoing MDocket exploring that as well. And so I think those two pieces provide ample opportunity for us, the commission, all interested parties, to think about this geographic cost question along with the cost causation topics more broadly. As I sit here today, I don't think there's additional directives we need to create to allow that exploration to happen. I think the company is already exploring its line extension policies. There may be a proposal as part of the company's direct case. It's certainly going to be a topic that's explored as everyone's been talking about, and not only in this case, but in other recent cases too.
Okay. I wanted to move to reporting really quickly. So I know the company has agreed to a list of reporting through several different venues as we move forward with the MEP. So one thing that I didn't see on there that I just wanted to confirm, CEO recommended you provide reporting on monthly electric and gas usage of customers that participate in the MPA portfolio for at least 1 year, and monthly gas and electric use of the same customers for a year prior. And then they had some other, group by customer class and building type, so that we'd be able to better understand, as I take it, the actual per customer impact of electrification. Am I correct that that reporting was not agreed to in the settlement? That felt like one I did not see.
That's a good question.
It said some electric stuff that was at a lot higher level. This was like customer level.
Right. We're certainly reporting on the uptake of the MPA offerings, both in aggregate as well as the number of customers partaking in those, and thus average incentive amounts. Of course, we'll continue to report on any electric upgrades as needed, as Mr. Thompson's testimony talks about, through DSP or other related processes. Of course, continuing through this reporting process, talking about the supply shortfall and any changes therein. In terms of on a customer by customer basis, I'm double checking the attachment to our settlement testimony, attachment JJP4. I'm not seeing the customer by customer basis on that. I think that was at a level that was too granular for our tracking purposes, but you can see in the
real quick, what does that mean? I mean, these customers all have AMI, so you actually can physically track it, right?
Oh, sure. On the electric side, yes, it's much easier to, and even on the gas side, right, to do before and afters. I just don't think that was one of the settlement terms in the reporting section.
Okay. Another thing I didn't see on there is CEO requested that when actual CNG or LNG costs are provided, that there would be a description of any deviation in what was forecasted versus what was actual. I didn't see that on the reporting, but is there any issue with reporting the reasoning for the deviations in cost on LNG and CNG?
No, actually, that sounds familiar to me. I don't have, I'd have to double check the settlement agreement itself. But no concerns with talking about deviations from initial forecasts.
There were a lot of items in there, so I think I properly compared them, but always could not. Okay, I have a couple questions on supplemental supply. So probably you, Ms. Roberts, but we'll see. So the company indicates they took a very thoughtful analysis of kind of all of the options to determine this package that we're looking at. And so primarily, I know the company presents an analysis showing that like CNG is not feasible in the Breckenridge area due to size constraints. But as I understand it, there may be other feasible options, especially in terms of supplemental supply. So I'm curious, did the company evaluate any other supplemental supply options rather than just CNG and LNG?
I'm going to defer this question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just real quickly, I was going exactly where Ms. Roberts was going. I think this is actually a question for Grace Jones.
Okay.
In sizing the need based on the shortfall in particular geographic areas.
Yeah, and just interested in what all options were explored. Was it only CNG and LNG, or were there other supplemental supply options explored as well?
Yeah, good question. The company focused on LNG and CNG given the commercial nature of it. And we ultimately landed on LNG for Breckenridge, given all the reasons discussed in my testimony, including land, but also cost and just feasibility of the equipment. LNG has a higher maximum flow rate as well as maximum pressures, and we are injecting into a high pressure line in Breckenridge.
Okay. As I understand it, there's other technical options available, like propane air mixed at certain ratios in order to be compatible with natural gas, you know, and I know there's a study by Argonne National Lab that suggests such systems come at lower capital cost typically than LNG. So I just wonder, are these other types of supplemental supply solutions something that was considered or looked at all?
We did not do a big investigation on propane air, and I'll tell you the reason why is because it has similar challenges as CNG, where it would require a significant amount of tanks just due to the density of the actual fuel. And so the company initially did not consider propane air, just given those concerns.
Okay. I wanted to figure a little bit the distinction between temporary and permanent with regard to the LNG and CNG. Primarily, I think this is an LNG discussion, but so the company says that temporary supplemental supply is not the most cost-effective, flexible, or reliable solution. As I understand it, the main distinction the company is drawing between permanent and temporary is ownership of the equipment and long-term land control. Are those the two like main defining factors between temporary and permanent?
Those are absolutely two of them. However, I would also add on the mitigative measures that are required for a long-term LNG installation as a third component to that analysis.
Okay, so by virtue of long-term land control, you have, you know, done more work on the site.
The mitigative measures are things like the impoundment and the potential need for concrete walls or non-porous walls or the porous fences. So the installation of those is much more cost effective when you're leaving them there and not having to rebuild them on an annual, biannual, or whatever basis if you don't have a permanent location for those mitigative measures.
Okay. Have mitigative measures been taken at the temporary site that the LNG's been at for several years?
Not to the same extent as will be for the permanent site. There are a hazard and HAZOP analysis has been conducted, and there are things the company is doing to ensure the safety of the temporary facility. A lot of those are in the PHMSA requirements for a mobile and temporary site versus a long-term site. And so we are following those regulations.
Okay, got it. How long-lived are the permits that are required for the LNG and CNG deployments? You know, how frequently do those have to be reissued, basically?
Yeah, that depends based on what agreements we get with those landowners or those permit providers. The first permit we received for the first installation of the temporary site was a 2-year agreement. And the third heating season that we deployed LNG, it was at 1 year, and we are looking to extend that for a second heating season. And then, as we discussed this morning, the long-term site is a permanent easement that we're seeking. So there would be no further annual agreements.
Okay, who's the permit with?
The permit for this heating season is with Summit County and I believe Town of Breckenridge as well. They're the owners of the land.
Okay. So ultimately, it sounds like it is at their discretion how long of a permit they issue you for in each cycle. Is that
correct? It is a partnership discussion that the company has with them and our request for what we think we need. But you're absolutely right. They dictate what they're going to give us.
okay? And so is the concept that in moving to the longer term site, the permit would be permanent or indefinite or at a set time duration?
For the permanent long-term installation for the Mountain Energy project, it's no longer with the town and the county. That is with a private landowner. And so we will have a permanent easement and permanent rights to have our equipment on the land.
And there's no permitting necessary, through any zoning or building departments or whoever dictates this locally for this type of use on the land?
There are absolutely construction permits. We do expect there's a list of those permits in my testimony, but the long lead time permit that we will be pursuing as quickly as possible is called a 1041 permit, and that is through the county.
And so that you're going to be pursuing, and what's the duration of that? That's a permanent?
That would be permanent, yes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to confirm, I know there are electrical upgrades with regard to the LNG and CNG sites specific to like providing the LNG and CNG services there. And those, as I understand it, are allocated as part of the supplemental supply cost and then treated in cost recovery as part of that package. I just wanted to confirm that was right.
That is correct.
Okay. Is the site the company's planning to stay at the coming winter or two the same temporary site the company has been using for the last 3 years?
The 22-23 and 23-24 heating season was on one site. The 24-25 heating season was a different site, and we intend to stay there for the 25-26 heating season.
Okay.
Assuming our negotiations go through, we get the paperwork signed, we would be at the permanent site for the 26-27 heating season, likely without all of the construction complete, but with the ability to inject LNG from the permanent site.
Okay. And the company's been deploying this LNG in Breckenridge for the past 3 winters. Was that at 5 tanks size for each of those 3 winters or a different size?
The most recent heating season was the permanent equipment and the 5 tanks that we have purchased as a part of the Mountain Energy project. I do not know the number of tanks that was provided by our leaseor for the 22-23 and 23-24 heating seasons, but I do believe the volumes are in Grace Jones's testimony, if I'm correct.
Okay. Is anyone aware of number of tanks for the prior 2 seasons?
So I'm not entirely sure that the tanks were the exact size. So I just want to provide that caveat before we compare like apples and apples to the ones that we were leasing versus the ones that we were purchasing. But the first heating season, we had 8 tanks, and the second heating season, we had 5. And I want to explain why, which is between the first heating season and the second heating season is when the company conducted that risk analysis as to the duration of an extreme cold weather event. So previous to that, in the first heating season, we were assuming that we needed 3 days of on-site storage. Since then, we have modified our recommendation to only request 2 days of on-site storage. So that was, once again, an improvement in our planning process and a measure that we took in order to ensure that we were accurately sizing that facility.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Good lead into temperatures. Okay. So as we get into the design temperature and the storage sizing, your design temperature is negative 39 degrees Fahrenheit for this area. I think you've said several times that that does not assume the entire day is negative 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that accurate?
Correct. That's a minimum daily temperature of negative 39. It does not assume that the temperature remains constant.
Okay. So since, as I understand it, you said like the duration matters, the line pack matters, how the pressures react all day matters. So what is the general temperature profile of the rest of the day that's being considered? It seems like that matters. If it's negative 39, and I know it's unlikely, but like goes up to positive 30 versus stays at negative 20, those feel like very different days for your gas system. So what is the temperature profile of the rest of the day that's being assumed?
So I'm going to answer your question a little bit differently and maybe point you to a graph in my testimony. So in lieu of using a temperature profile, we use a gas consumption profile in our hydraulic model. And that is shown in my rebuttal testimony. And that is page 71, please. Thank you. And that is figure GKJR17. So instead of a temperature profile, we use a gas consumption profile. And this gas consumption profile is informed by actual consumption data that we have received from our customers. So we don't have metering data for all of our customers, but there are a few transport customers or other LDC customers that we've been able to normalize what a typical cold weather event will look like in the Eastern Mountain gas system. So our hydraulic model is run in unsteady state, which means that we're allowed to evaluate what a 24-hour period looks like. So effectively, as part of the hydraulic modeling, we run two 24-hour events. The first 24-hour is meant to simulate line packing of our system. The second 24 hours is meant to simulate what actually occurs during a cold weather event. As you can see, there's two peaks. Generally, the first peak is around 8 a.m.
Okay. And this is based on, I know since you don't have, interval data for gas customers, you had said this is based on other LDCs and transport customers. We kind of talked before about how transport customers don't really have very similar profiles to normal residential customers.
So those are two examples, I would say. So we
Okay.
have hourly metering at transport customers, LDCs, and then we also have hourly data at like regulator stations at some points and supply points. So we really compiled a bunch of different data to
Okay.
normalize it to what an average consumption pattern would look like in the Eastern Mountain gas system.
Okay, got it. So you keep this same basically ratio for each hour of the day and the amplitude just goes up.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so
in
that
this, when you've got a ratio of 1, that's your negative 39.
correct.
Okay.
Or it not exactly. Hold on, let me rephrase that.
Okay.
So the negative 39 could occur at any point during the day. It's probably likely occurring in the middle of the night because that's when it's coldest. But this represents the furnace ramping up to make sure that it can meet the peak consumption at 8 a.m. So I wouldn't necessarily say that this guarantees that the negative 39 minimum daily temperature occurs at 8 a.m. It's just showing that it's occurring during that 24-hour period.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. And then I want to get into the description on how you size the storage with regard to kind of doubling the storage off this daily assumption based on the Monte Carlo simulation. So you model your peak day like this, right?
Correct.
And then you use the Monte Carlo simulation to determine how long could a cold weather event happens. So therefore, what volume of storage, rather than the rate it should come out, what volume of storage should we have to keep injecting in during an extreme cold weather event. Does that all sound
I would
accurate?
maybe separate the two concepts. So we did the Monte Carlo evaluation separately from the hydraulic model. So the Monte Carlo simulation was based on minimum daily temperature that occurred in the Eastern Mountain gas system. And the deliverable that we were looking for out of that simulation was to understand how many days in a row could an extreme cold weather event occur. And the reason we wanted to know that is because it's very challenging to refill the supplemental supply facilities if we're experiencing multiple cold weather days in a row. So we wanted to ensure that we had at least enough storage on site to accommodate the number of design day temperatures, whatever it yielded.
Okay.
What the Monte Carlo simulation showed us is that with 99.6% accuracy, an extreme cold weather event wouldn't last more than 49 hours. So we rounded down to 48, a clean 2 days, and that's really what determined we wanted 2 days of on-site storage. Then we look at the hydraulic model and we use this flow profile, and the peak tells us what the maximum injection flow rate needs to be. And then the area under the curve shows the amount of on-site storage that's required during that 24-hour period. Because again, it doesn't remain constant because demand doesn't remain constant.
Yep, got it. Okay. And that extreme cold weather event that you're using in the Monte Carlo simulation, as I understand, that's taken from hourly data at Copper rather than Dillon. And the temperature, the minimum daily temperature for that event was -9 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that right?
Right, and we normalized it to weather at Dillon because we wanted it to match the actual weather station that we use to calculate our design day temperature. So a -9 in Copper correlates to a -17 in Dillon. So an extreme cold weather event for the purposes of the Monte Carlo was considered -17 or colder.
Okay, because on average, it is typically a decent amount warmer in Copper than in Dillon.
Yeah, I get the math is what, 8 degrees? Yeah.
8 degrees.
Yeah, that was what the
Yeah, we might
normalization
not
told
notice
us.
the difference if it's -39, but
Right, we're all cold, but
Um,
yes, it's warmer there.
okay. So maybe as you as you correlate it, the company's argument is as you correlate that to Dillon temps, maybe we're at -18, but we're not at -39.
No, but as a reminder, we are identifying the need to inject LNG at warmer and warmer temperatures. So like this heating season coming up, we're projecting that we will have insufficient pressures at -23. It has got warmer every year. And that will continue to get warmer absent reductions from NPA measures and technologies to reduce that design day peak hour gas demand.
It's getting warmer every year because you keep adding new gas customers, right? There's more gas load every year.
The design day peak hour gas demand in the Eastern Mountain gas system has grown year over year.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to understand, in using the 48 hours based on this Monte Carlo simulation that is so that's saying with a 99.6% probability, it will not, does that hold the -9 degrees all day long, or that's like the minimum, the maximum of that cold weather?
Let me reference my testimony just quickly. So it was the company considered an extreme cold weather event to be any time the temperature reached -9 or colder in Copper Mountain. So throughout the entire 49 hours, it was assumed that it was at least as cold as -9.
Okay. But we don't know the actual temperature. We just know it was colder than -9.
I don't have that data in front of me. Yeah.
Okay. So the likelihood that there's not with 99.6% likelihood, it will not last longer than 49 hours to be below -9, right?
The only correction I would make is it's not likelihood, it's certainty, because Monte Carlo doesn't do probability. So sorry to nitpick, but that's a little different.
fine. Details, I'm not aware. I'm trying to understand if the design condition we're designing to feels like a fundamentally colder day than what's in this Monte Carlo simulation. And so I'm trying to understand how we combine the two.
I think the way that we combine the two is so -9 or colder, which would include -39. And so it's not a matter of
Obviously, but
identifying
not typically.
Right, and the design day temperature is not meant to indicate a typical event. It's meant to indicate an extreme cold weather event, which is why we use it to design our system in order to ensure our system is adequately designed to handle all conditions, including an extreme cold weather event such as design day.
Can you, I guess, have you ever run the Monte Carlo simulation with temperatures much more similar to what we're looking at for the design day?
I would have to look back at the Monte Carlo simulation to see how cold, because my testimony at this point only indicates that it was -9 or colder. So I can't definitively tell you how close we got to that -39 during the time period evaluated.
Okay. Let me just see what else I got here. How did the company determine that 99.6% was the right level of certainty? It looks like, you know, as we look at that Monte Carlo simulation, I think it's on page 13 or thereabouts in your supplemental direct. I can't remember where the exact graph is. The tail is super thin. I think you would probably agree with that, right? Like, so the probability, the certainty does not differ significantly as you go out in the hours when you get like out to that really extreme level. So I'm curious if the company also analyzes different levels of certainty, like how do we determine that 99.6% is the same? And do you understand what the storage volume would be if you plan to 90 or 95%?
Yeah, so this one I'm going to actually defer over to Ms. Roberts. And the reason why is because the company would not feel comfortable with anything less than 2 days of on-site storage, not only because of the Monte Carlo. So the Monte Carlo confirmed that that would have been sufficient, but also for operational conditions related to refilling the tanks. So Ms. Roberts, if you wouldn't mind taking over the rest of that answer.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Jones. So what Ms. Jones is pointing out is, again, the operational needs of the system. Let's hypothetically say we have this coldest design day of the year, and we need to serve our customers in the Eastern Mountain gas system with this supplemental supply. We do that for the full day. If we only did 1 day's worth of storage, those tanks would be empty. And as Ms. Jones pointed out, we're getting to temperatures that are warmer and warmer and warmer, that we require this use of supplemental supply. And as Ms. Jones pointed out, when it's cold out, travel conditions on the roadways are not the most ideal. So when we need to refill these tanks, we don't want to have to do that when the road conditions are really challenging and when the cost of that LNG is going to be higher because more than just Xcel Energy and our customers need that commodity. And so the 2 days is really giving us the flexibility to refill at a time that is safer and more convenient and potentially less costly as well.
Sorry, I was bound to do it once. Okay, another question about the sizing. So once we do all of this, you get to the 48 hours of storage, and then the sizing is kind of gone through in some detail in Ms. Jones's direct testimony. So the anticipated storage need, as I understand it in Breckenridge, is 528 MSCF. Does that sound right?
Those numbers have been updated since my rebuttal testimony because of the new model that we used and the new base forecasts. But generally speaking, the hydraulic model was what led us to believe that for settlement with the other parties in this case, it would be appropriate to start with 5 tanks, as that would be sufficient for this upcoming heating season.
Okay, I was talking about Keystone, but in Keystone, as I understand it, you're going to use 450 MSCF increment tanks of CNG.
Ms. Roberts, may I ask you to step in for tank sizing?
Yeah, I'm just pulling that up. That's in my testimony, I believe, to validate that number. Okay, what was the number you quoted?
450.
Yes.
Each tank. And you know, at least in the direct, and I will take a look back at the rebuttal, but in the direct, what I was comparing was in Keystone, the need was 528. Each tank was 450. And I'm curious, do CNG tanks come in any different size that does not require us to oversize it by 70% in order to hit the 528?
Can you please re-ask that same question? So you said 430 and 530?
Yeah, so in the direct testimony, the need in Keystone is 528. Yeah, we'll install 900 in 2 tanks of 450, which is oversized by 70%. And I'm wondering if there is a better tank size to fit the need that would not require such dramatic oversizing.
Yes, thank you for rephrasing that. I understand your question now. The reason we installed 2 tanks for CNG was not due to the volume. That was again for operational issues. We like to build redundancy into our system that allows us, if we have an issue on tank number 1, we have tank number 2 that allows us to still maintain service to our customers. So it's a built-in redundancy, which you see in the diagram that's in my testimony.
Okay, are 450 MSCF tanks the smallest you can get for CNG?
No, you can get smaller tanks.
So wouldn't the company still have redundancy of the multiple tank issue, but be able to fit the need more precisely in the sizing?
If you have an issue with a single tank, you still need the volume that's required for peak day design. And so that's why we kept it with the same tank, is to have the same size tank, was to allow us to, if we can't use one tank at all, we still have the ability to serve our customers on peak day.
So are you now saying you want the entirety of the 48 hours of storage available in one tank?
That is how we sized the CNG facility, was one tank could serve the full 48 hours and the second tank is for redundancy.
Is that how the LNG is sized?
The LNG is set up a little bit differently. So the redundancy on the LNG side is with the vaporizers and the pumps. And so you'll see there are 2 of all of those items, which are hooked into all of the different tanks. So because we have multiple tanks, you can hook up those tanks into the rest of the equipment that allows it to go into our system in multiple configurations. You can close valves and open valves that tank can feed into either vaporizer. And you have the multiple tanks. So if there's an issue with tank 1, you can use the volume that's in tank 2, 3, 4, or 5 and run it through the rest of the downstream equipment. With the CNG facility, if you're only purchasing 1 tank, you don't have that option if there's an issue with the tank.
Okay, what sort of operational issues has the company had in the past with CNG to necessitate that sort of oversizing?
The company has not to date had issues with any CNG pieces of equipment. However, the company does experience issues with our equipment out on the system. We would hope that we would never have issues with any of our pieces of equipment, but it's something that happens when you work in an industry like ours. And so we build in redundancy to ensure that we're able to serve our customers.
Okay. Similar question on the LNG as I do out and I'll double check Ms. Jones on the rebuttal math, but it was looking like you know, you were needing for the daily for 4,492 MS, yeah, in the direct case with the 13,000 gallon LNG trailers, 5 trailers, put you at 5,369. So you were kind of like just above needing 4 into 5. So there's a significant amount of overage there as well. And I'm curious, are there other size LNG trailers as opposed to just 13,000 gallon LNG trailers?
So I might step in here, Ms. Roberts, if I can, and then I'll just to comment on the number. So the one thing that I would say is, yes, if you go strictly by the numbers in the model, right, we could potentially have slight oversizing of our tanks. And those numbers have a great deal of uncertainty. We are uncertain about the future of the gas system. That's why we would look at many different forecasts. We're also uncertain about NPA adoption. And so one thing that I'd like to maybe point out is that having a little bit of flexibility in our tank sizes and having the ability to bring more on-site storage is potentially a good thing. And one of the reasons that we recommended modular supplemental supply, because not knowing the exact amount of NPA adoption, these modular facilities give us the flexibility to flex each year with minimal changes to the equipment in order to accommodate a lower adoption of NPA measures, which hopefully is not the case, but certainly is something that could happen given the unknowns with an NPA portfolio this large.
Okay. Thanks. Getting to the modular nature of the tanks, it's my understanding that part of the argument against like the potential for stranded assets here are that these could be moved to a different part of the system, you know, if needed there. And I was curious if the company currently anticipates deploying LNG on any other parts of its system.
I think that's a question for Ms. Jones in terms of, do we see capacity or shortfall, supply shortfalls elsewhere on the system as we stand here today? As to whether or not that's a forward-looking question as well, I still think it's within Ms. Jones's purview.
Yeah, certainly happy to take that one. So based on our most recent annual design day planning efforts, at this point, the company has not identified a discrete need for LNG in the next 10 years. However, our system changes quite a bit, and we do often see capacity or supply shortfalls. So we remain encouraged that should these LNG modular units no longer be required in Breckenridge, there's an opportunity to potentially move them to another system or even help us perform another really large NPA portfolio. So that would be a great tool in our toolbox in order to make sure that we can maintain reliability and continue to move forward with these kind of innovative solutions like the Mountain Energy Project is.
Okay. Curious on the costing, since we have a pretty wide band of uncertainty here on the cost of CNG and LNG to date. Is there any mechanism with which the company anticipates providing updates on those costs as they transpire, or would we just expect to see that when it shows up in a rate case?
I think I can take that one, Commissioner. I think there's at least 2 venues, or three venues rather, on the cost side of things. One is the annual reporting that we've committed to, not only in our direct and rebuttal cases, but further expanded on in the settlement. With reporting occurring through this instant proceeding to make it easily accessible by all parties here, we intend to provide updates on the implementation of both the supplemental supply front as well as the MPAs, and that includes costs. The second point I'll note is, as we've seen from the company's latest GIP, supplemental supply, specifically CNG and LNG costs, are incorporated or are part of that filing as well. Those costs are included. And the third thing I would say is, to the extent that these assets become constructed and in serviced in a particular test year, that is then proposed in a future phase one rate case, likely at the end of the year, perhaps in future years as well. That's also another venue to explore these costs. So I think those three venues our intent is to provide a lot of opportunity for us to be communicating this to the commission and all interested parties.
Okay, thanks for that information. And Ms. Brahma, I'll say I have maybe like 5 more questions. I'm gonna wrap it up very soon. Has the company identified potential decommissioning and environmental restoration costs for the LNG and CNG sites?
Over to you, Ms. Roberts.
Upon like ceasing use of those sites would be the the inference here.
So can you say your question again? You said environmental?
Has the company identified the potential decommissioning and environmental restoration costs that might be necessary once you stop using one of the LNG or CNG sites?
We have not done a detailed analysis on what the decommissioning would cost. We do decommission assets, on the system. And so we can refer back to those. If we did decommission the site, we would return it to what it looks like today, or we have the potential to install other or different assets on that site if they were required by for some reason in our business. So we would intend to still use the land if the company needed it.
Okay. But we don't have any assumed costs for those in what we're evaluating now, right?
Correct. No assumed costs are a part of this case.
Okay. But the company will collect nominal net salvage as part of depreciation on the assets. Do you know under like what category these assets fit? There's pretty significantly different net salvage rates.
That's a good question. I can take that one, Commissioner Gilman. I don't believe we've determined which FERC accounts these assets would be placed into. Which would then dictate the depreciation rates, which then as part of it, right, has assumptions around net salvage. In the settlement agreement, we talked about the next phase one rate case or depreciation case taking on that issue more directly. So I don't think there's an assumption in this proceeding around that.
Okay. I think to see where I'm going, like wrapped up in this, are we collecting the amount it might cost to decommission? Are we not? And like what might we expect coming in additional costs? Would recovery or would the cost of LNG and CNG themselves, the commodities, factor into the GPIM at all, the performance incentive mechanism for gas costs?
So that's actually a pending issue in front of the commission in another proceeding. Okay. At the end of June, the company proposed its application to implement the GPIM per the rules that have become in effect. And that's part of the company's proposal, which is how to address that or not. It is the company's proposal that those costs would not be subject to the PIM, but of course there's a parallel proceeding to address that.
Okay, thank you, sorry. And then I just want to clarify something you said the other day, Mr. Piquet. I think you told Mr. Bunker that attorney's fees for this proceeding are included as part of the capital cost of the project. I just wanted to confirm if I'm right on that.
That's correct. They'd be part of the capital project at issue here, for which we're seeking CPCNs, right, for supplemental supply.
Okay, and then the company would look to earn a return on those?
If they're incorporated as part of the capital project that's then in service, I believe then that's part of the WACC return that becomes part of rate base. Yeah, so indirectly, that's correct.
And that's the cost to litigate, right, here?
It's all the portions of to which external counsel has supported the case as it relates to those CPCNs. So not just the litigation, but the preparation. Well, I guess that in a broad term, yes, the litigation of the hearing, but also the support of the company's case throughout the testimony process as well.
Okay, is there anywhere in the record that those costs are disaggregated from the total project cost anywhere?
I'm not aware of where those are technically in the record. I know there's been some discovery around that, Commissioner. I can't point to somewhere where it's in the record at this moment.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Those are all the questions, Ms. Brahma. Ms. Pacheco, let me know how much time you want. Did you want a brief break? It might be a good time for a break anyway for our court reporter.
I think just to organize ourselves, it would be a good time for a break as well.
Okay, does 10 minutes work for you or you need longer?
Let's see, could we do 15, please?
Let's come back at 11.
Thank you.
Okay, and that'll be followed by, after this redirect, staff witness Hagland. I think there's just 1 or 2 questions, then we'll go to staff witness Lemire. So just to get everybody ready. All right, thank you. I'll see you at 11. Just a reminder, everything's gonna stay live, so mute yourself, turn off your cameras. All right, Ms. Pacheco. Go right ahead.
I think the company has no redirect for Mr. Thompson, so I don't even know if he's on video right now, but we can let him go. I have just a few questions that I'd like to start out with for Mr. Mann, if he's on. Mr. Mann, there were some questions from hearing Commissioner Gilman regarding hearing exhibit 102, attachment GKJ2, appendix 6-1. Do you recall those discussions?
I do.
Do you think that your estimation for furnace and boiler replacements are accurate given the information presented by Commissioner Gilman relating to that appendix?
I do. So I think that the information for savings for electrification measures are essentially an average customer consumption, which is fully electrified. However, for the case of boilers and furnaces, the assumptions are rooted in the Excel Energy Technical Reference Manual, which is looking at the change from an inefficient to efficient case and does not include the calibration of customers with efficient furnaces. So fundamentally, the total consumption of those customers is higher. And so the percent savings would be related to a number that is higher than the number that is of electrification customers, which would include customers with efficient systems.
Thank you. You also received several questions regarding the potential study from Commissioner Gilman. Could you please elaborate on your view of the reasonableness of the potential study and its assessment of achievable potential of the NPA portfolio?
Yes. So as with any forecast or projection, there's always going to be some level of uncertainty, which was acknowledged by Witness Jones. However, given the information that we have available to us, which included primary research and the use of best practice methodologies, we think that this is an accurate assessment of the achievable potential that is available in the mountain region. We collected data from customers, specifically asking what their participation level would be at various incentive levels, and then using a full incremental cost incentive level and that research, we essentially connected the current market conditions to those endpoints for each technologies using a Bass diffusion methodology, which is, I would say, best practice for potential modeling.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Commissioner, Mr. Mann.
All right, Mr. Mann, you are free to go. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gilman.
Turning to Ms. Clem, I have just a few questions for her. If we could take her next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, my camera wasn't showing me that she was on, so my bad. Okay, Ms. Clem, under the settlement, are the measures available today the only ones that will be available as the portfolio implementation proceeds?
No, as indicated in the implementation plan itself, the list of measures is not exhausted. As we look at the performance of the existing measures or emerging technologies or emerging barriers that are identified, there may be the need to add additional measures over the course of the NPA implementation period. Additionally, on the commercial side, we do have a custom efficiency program that can look at individual measures that don't have prescriptive rebates available. And those would be like one-off situations where there may only be 5 or 6 potential customers with the potential equipment. And we look at those and evaluate them on a one individualized basis. And we'll need to adjust how we do that a little bit to reflect peak demand savings versus the general energy efficiency savings that are the norm for our standard DSM portfolio. But that's another opportunity to look at things that are emerging technologies or unique situations in the mountain energy portfolio implementation.
Great. And then under the settlement, the parties have agreed to an ongoing Mountain Energy Project MPA working group. Do you recall that provision?
Yes.
And how does that working group factor into the evolving nature of the MPA portfolio?
It will give us a great venue to hear directly from local parties about what's going on in the individual market elements, as well as for them to bring forward suggestions and us to consider and evaluate them. We'll also be able to look at emerging technologies and measures and talk about them there, but also talk about how the portfolio is performing and adjustments that may make sense and new barriers that are emerging that they're aware of that we might not have direct insight into due to their close integration into that community. So I think it's a great opportunity for the parties to come together on a very regular basis and evaluate and adjust the portfolio as needed.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions for Ms. Clem.
Thank you. And thanks for the organization. This is going well.
We're working on it.
Ms. Clem, you are free to go, and I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in the interest of transitioning, I am now going to hand things over to my colleague, Ms. Brahma. So give us 1 second while we change the speakers here. And I believe the next person that we're going to redirect is Ms. Roberts. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, sound okay. Ms. Roberts, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, I can't hear you. Could you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
We're not getting sound from you, Ms. Roberts.
I can hear her. I
Oh,
think that's you.
how's that? Can you say something? Could someone say something now?
Yes, how about now?
Okay. Sorry about that. That was on our end. All right, Ms. Roberts, just a few questions for you if we could. I'd like to just start. Did you hear the discussion and or recall the discussion between Commissioner and Ms. Jones and yourself to some extent about how the Monte Carlo analysis has a different purpose than the design day analysis?
Yes.
And I know it is not your territory exactly, but I want to get to some of the operational aspects of that. Did you also recall the discussion about how the Monte Carlo analysis correlates to a temperature of -9 or -17 or colder, as opposed to the design day temperature that is currently -39 for the Eastern Mountain Gas System?
Yes.
From your operational perspective, why is it reasonable or important for the company to consider temperatures warmer than -39 degrees with respect to sizing of tanks and equipment for the both LNG and the CNG?
Yes, as we use these facilities, as it gets warmer and warmer, the demand of our customers is requiring the use of these supplemental supply facilities as it gets warmer and warmer. In order to refill those tanks, we do have to drive through winter conditions. And so having that, the 2 days worth of volume gives us that additional operational flexibility to be able to choose when we drive on these roads to refill these tanks. It's cold and can be cold and hazardous conditions at that -9, at that -17, at the -39, and gives us more flexibility in order to provide that reliable service to our customers.
Okay. You also had some conversation with Commissioner Gilman about creating redundancy in the system and the importance of that for reliability and for customers. Do you recall that? Would you consider creating redundancy in the system a dramatic overbuild or oversizing of either CNG or LNG?
I do not consider redundancy a dramatic oversizing.
Can you just quickly summarize, because I think you did touch on it earlier, why it is in customers' interest for the company to consider redundancies in the equipment for LNG and CNG?
While this equipment is built to serve our customers, when it's really, really cold outside, you can be pushing this equipment to the limits it hasn't experienced on a regular basis. And sometimes that means the equipment can run into challenges. And so it is reasonable to build in redundancy into the system to allow us to serve our customers on the coldest days they're going to experience.
And Ms. Roberts, there were also some questions of that Ms. Jones addressed from an operational perspective, or from a planning perspective, about what other uses for modular LNG and CNG there might be beyond the current supply constraints at Breckenridge and Keystone and in the Eastern Mountain gas system as a whole. From your operational perspective, are there additional uses for modular LNG and CNG facilities beyond those addressed by Ms. Jones?
Yeah, Ms. Jones' perspective comes from that supply and that capacity constraint lens. And so in addition to supplier capacity constraints, there's an opportunity to use this equipment for planned work. If there's a need to take a reg station out of service, there's an opportunity where we could potentially use this equipment to serve customers during planned work that would have historically been impacted in a different way or by leased equipment. In addition to planned work, there are emergency situations that could potentially require the same use, serving our customers in an emergency situation where for some reason they're being impacted by a supply interruption.
Thank you. You also had some discussion about the mitigative measures at a permanent site for LNG or CNG versus at a temporary site. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you speak to why mitigative measures at a longer term or more permanent site are beneficial to customers as compared to what you're able to do at temporary sites?
Yes, the cost is a big component of that, which I believe I touched on. So if you have to rebuild some of those mitigative measures year over year as you move the equipment, that would be very costly for our customers. But in addition to cost, if we have a permanent location and permanent facilities, we can also invest in ways to make it less visually impactful to the community and shade or hide the equipment from visual impact.
And are there other things about the site, having a permanent site, that allow you to have more control over mitigative measures, for example?
Having a permanent site does give us more control over the mitigative measures. We don't have to rebuild them every year, which is a very timely process, and we don't have to re-permit them every year, which again can run into significant challenges that may prevent our ability to have an operational temporary facility year over year.
Okay. Could we please, just for the sake of efficiency here, pull up hearing exhibit 116, the settlement agreement? Thank you. And I'm just trying to move quickly for you, Ms. Roberts. I'm just going to direct your attention to page 13 of the settlement agreement. Can you speak to some of the benefits of longer-term LNG and CNG siting for local communities as reflected in the settlement agreement?
Yeah, through the settlement agreement, we did have the communities as a settling party with the company and spoke significantly around these supplemental supply facilities. We did agree with the settling parties that we would have a minimum amount of LNG remaining in the tanks. And then we also have the ability to partner with the permitting agencies that are a part of that settling party, the Mountain Community Coalition, to ensure a smooth permitting process for the supplemental supply facilities.
Okay, and is that what you're referring to here, the permitting in paragraph 26 and some of the other partnering in paragraph 25 of the settlement agreement?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for Ms. Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, you are dismissed, and thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Brahma.
All right, we'll turn to Ms. Jones next. Ms. Jones, you had a lot, so I'm going to try to do as best I can what Commissioner Gilman did and talk in terms of topics to the best of my ability. So I'd like to start back with where your discussions were yesterday on the cost benefit analysis, and in particular a couple different aspects of it. So first, you had a bit of a discussion about state and federal incentives in the cost benefit analysis. So my question for you is, how would including state and federal incentives in your cost benefit analysis impact the cost effectiveness of the hybrid portfolios?
Yeah, as discussed, the company includes the input of federal and state incentives in our CBA as a mechanism to potentially reduce the amount of utility provided incentives that may be required in order to have market transformation and encourage customers to implement NPA measures and technologies. Had this been included in our CBA analysis, it actually would have proven that the hybrid portfolio, as proposed by the Mountain Energy Project, is even more cost effective than the traditional baseline gas infrastructure project.
One of the other items you discussed from a CBA perspective was the end of life customer equipment and the benefit associated, or a benefit that may be associated with that. Does the company have any reasonable way to quantify a benefit associated with the avoided replacement costs of customers' equipment?
No. As discussed, the company does not have access to information regarding customers' individual appliances, nor does it have information to support the remaining life of said appliances. Therefore, we do not believe that there's a reasonable way in order to quantify a benefit in this cost benefit analysis tool, but rather included it as something that was included but not quantified.
You also discussed that the company does not have a reasonable or scientific method to come up with an appropriate calculation of benefits associated with indoor air quality. But directionally, how would including some form of quantification of improved indoor air quality affect the cost effectiveness of a hybrid portfolio?
Yeah, so to clarify, the company does acknowledge that there is a potential benefit associated with the reduction, of indoor air pollutants associated with the implementation of NPA measures and technologies. While we do not believe that we have an accurate or reasonable mechanism right now to calculate those air pollutants, if they were included in the CBA analysis, again, this would just further emphasize the cost effectiveness of the hybrid portfolio proposed as part of the Mountain Energy Project, as compared to a traditional gas infrastructure solution.
Okay, and then did you hear the questions that were asked of Ms. Roberts today about the cost of decommissioning being included in the costs of LNG or CNG?
Yes.
And I know you're familiar, of course, with the range of the cost estimate associated with LNG and CNG as part of your own analysis. Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you speak to how or whether net salvage and therefore decommissioning costs are reflected in your cost benefit analysis?
Yeah, certainly. So while the exact amount of decommissioning costs may not be known at this point, one of the improvements that we made to the CBA tool as part of the Mountain Energy Project is the inclusion of net salvage for any gas infrastructure investments. As such, for both the modular LNG facility and the modular CNG facility, a assumed value for net salvage was included as part of the cost effectiveness test. And it still determined that the hybrid portfolio 2 proposed as the Mountain Energy Project was cost effective as compared to the likely gas infrastructure project, the maximum hub and spoke, by a little bit over $150 million in net present value.
And so taking the items we've talked about here between you and myself, but also with Commissioner Gilman with respect to the cost benefit analysis, how do these individual items collectively affect your analysis of the cost effectiveness of hybrid portfolio 2, also known as the Mountain Energy Project?
Yeah, collectively, what we discussed today, there are additional benefits associated with the hybrid portfolio, which are not able to be quantified at this point, but were considered qualitatively. And even absent those additional benefits that could have been quantified, the the company cost effectiveness analysis proved that hybrid portfolio 2 was far more cost effective than any traditional gas infrastructure that is likely including the maximum hub and spoke solution. And therefore, the addition of these unquantified benefits would even just further prove the cost effectiveness of the proposed mountain energy project.
And does as between hybrid portfolio 1 and hybrid portfolio 2, does the settlement address any questions that may arise about more or less NPAs as between those two portfolios?
Yes, certainly. So as discussed in the settlement agreement, the parties have agreed to an interim regulatory filing in the end of 2028 as a mechanism to revisit the effectiveness of the NPA portfolios over the next 3 years. And this is a mechanism in order to determine how to move forward, whether that is the continuation of hybrid portfolio 2, the continuation of hybrid portfolio 1, or based on lessons learned, a potentially different NPA portfolio as well. We have the opportunity to really gather lessons learned and hear from our partners, hear from our customers on what is working in regards to NPA measures and technologies. And we're looking forward to collaborating over the next 3 years and revisiting the future of the NPA portfolio in the 2028 timeframe.
Thank you. So switching gears here, we'll talk a little bit about some questions that were asked of you regarding your customer count growth information in 2024. If we could pull up Ms. Jones' rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 111 at page 48. Okay, so I'd like to refer your attention in particular, Ms. Jones, to the discussion in this Q&A on starting on line 1 through line 15 on page 48. See that okay?
I do, thank you.
So I'd like to clarify, your rebuttal testimony was filed on July 3rd of 2025, is that right?
That is correct.
So when you state on line 10 that the company has added nearly 5,000 residential gas customers so far this year, were you able to confirm or clarify what months of the year were included in that statistic?
Yes. So that was from January 1 of 2025 through the end of May 2025.
And were you able to further look at how many customers chose to connect to the company's system for the 12 months ended June 30th of 2025?
Yes. So I'm sorry, can you repeat that? The 12 months or from?
The 12 months, yes. I was looking for an annual, a bit of an update from the 14,000 to the most recent 12-month data, or the company making.
Apologies, I heard June and didn't listen to the rest, so thank you for clarifying. So for the 12 months ending June 2025, the company had approximately 13,600 customers added to the gas system.
Okay. Now at lines 6 through 9 here on this page of your rebuttal testimony, I'd like to direct your attention to the sentence that reads, to illustrate the low and CHP aligned forecasts indicate that there is a negative customer count growth rate beginning in 2024. This does not align with what the company is experiencing today. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Thank you. Can you address whether this holds true when you compare to these forecasts to the updated data that you just identified through the middle of 2025?
Yes, the statement certainly stands true, especially in regard to the updated information that was just provided. As demonstrated by actual customer additions that have occurred in 2024, as well as the beginning of 2025, the company is still experiencing positive customer growth rates, which conflicts with the low and CHP aligned forecasts, which indicate that there would be a negative customer count growth rate beginning in 2024.
Okay. And there've been a lot of discussion about growth in general. And maybe if you could just very briefly explain how growth, current to projected, is driving the need for the Mountain Energy project as compared to the needs driven by the current system load for the gas system, to be clear.
Yeah, so as discussed in my testimony, the Mountain Energy project is driven by two things: existing supply constraints in the mountain, as well as forecasted supply constraints in the Eastern Mountain Gas System. In regards to the existing, that's really the driving factor for a lot of the components of the Mountain Energy project, specifically the modular LNG and modular CNG facilities. We have an emergent need that needs to be addressed today. The forecasted supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain Gas System just further layers on the need, and the company is hoping that we can really reduce the amount of design day peak hour gas demand growth using the NPA measures and technologies as the mechanism to get us back to not only existing, but hopefully further reductions of the design day peak hour gas demand usage through the 10-year planning horizon.
Thank you. So you had some, I'm going to switch topics again here. We're going to talk about design day for just a couple minutes. You had some discussions with our commissioner with respect to the various temperatures that could be, the parties had raised that, were considered with respect to the design day. Can you explain or clarify whether the company picks a design day temperature versus a design day methodology?
Yes. The company chooses a design day methodology that needs to be consistent across the public service territory in order to ensure that we are adequately designing for a reliable and safe natural gas system across our system, regardless of the area that we're talking about. And so, as discussed in my testimony by interveners and even in my conversation with Commissioner Gilman, the results of that design day methodology results in a negative 39-degree temperature in the Eastern Mountain Gas System. But in regard to any modifications or thought process, we really need to be focusing on the design day methodology overall and whether or not that is reasonable, and less focus on what the temperature actually yields.
And is the company asking the commission to approve any particular design day methodology or temperature in this proceeding?
The company is not requesting any commission directive regarding the design day methodology or the design day temperature, but rather the approval of the settlement agreement as proposed in the Mountain Energy project. And further, we have evaluated that using many different sensitivities of a minimum daily design day temperature.
So you also discussed, I believe it was yesterday, the extent to which the Eastern Mountain Gas System has near design day temperatures in recent years. Can you speak to whether the company has experienced design day or near design day temperatures in the overall public service gas service territory?
Yes. As stated, the company uses a consistent design day methodology to plan its systems in the public service areas. As such, I'll point to an example in the Denver system in which that design day methodology, consistent to that which is presented in this case, yields a design day temperature of negative 25 degrees. Just in the past years, the company experienced a minimum daily temperature of negative 24, showing just a 1 degree difference from the design day temperature, which really illustrates that our design day methodology is reasonable. Because while these temperatures may not occur often, they certainly can occur. And it is our job as a prudent gas operator to make sure that we are able and ready to serve our customers reliable and safe service when they do occur.
And is it necessary for the to reach design day temperatures in order to need supplemental supply in the Eastern Mountain Gas System?
Not at all. The Eastern Mountain Gas System is experiencing a supply constraint not only at design day conditions, but rather at temperatures much warmer than that. So as illustrated in this upcoming 2025 to 2026 heating season, the company's hydraulic modeling indicates that there will likely be insufficient pressures in the city of Breckenridge, Colorado, beginning at negative 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Further, the hydraulic model shows that insufficient pressures will likely occur in Keystone, beginning at negative 19. Again, demonstrating that this need, the existing and emergent need that we have in the Eastern Mountain Gas System, is not a design day condition, but rather something that needs to be addressed for the heating season in fall.
Okay. Earlier today, you had some discussion about the development of the project as a whole, and particularly in relation to what the company did or didn't have available at the time of the first or inaugural gas infrastructure plan. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you just summarize briefly why it takes time for the company, or took time for the company, to develop and analyze and propose to implement the Mountain Energy project as it exists today?
Yes. The Mountain Energy project is really a real life example of the evolution of gas planning, away from simply looking at traditional gas infrastructure projects and rather looking at a whole smattering of different innovative options that could potentially alleviate the supply constraint. In developing the Mountain Energy project, the company not only relied on feedback from the commission and stakeholders, but also engaged with the communities as well as third-party experts to really take on this evolution. As such, we conducted stakeholder engagement, primary research, and reviewed many NPA solutions in order to determine the Mountain Energy project. While we're very proud of the results and believe that they're very innovative, this type of innovation does take time, which is certainly why it took us several years to develop such an innovative project, and we're looking forward to moving these lessons learned as we consider new capacity constrained and supply constraint areas in our systems.
And did the company have a temporary solution while it was going through those processes?
Yes, the temporary solution of leasing LNG and CNG in Breckenridge and Keystone was the tool that enabled the company to take the time necessary in order to truly innovate. If the company had not used those temporary facilities, I fear that the solution that we would be talking about today would be much different, because we wouldn't have taken the extensive time to really evaluate NPA measures and technologies in alignment with commission guidance, our clean heat targets, emissions reductions. So it was a very necessary and prudent tool to get us to such a cost-effective, innovative solution, which focuses on such a large portfolio of NPA measures and technologies and has a significant impact on emissions reductions.
Are you able, Ms. Jones, to give a sense of what a solution a few years ago for this type of supply constraint might have looked like, or did look like for other supply constraints, compared to what we're proposing with the Mountain Energy project?
Certainly. A couple years ago, prior to the 2023 gas infrastructure plan, while the company was beginning to think about non-pipeline alternatives, our toolbox and our expertise was limited, as it was for all gas utilities of my knowledge. It is a very new thing the gas utilities are considering. So at that point in time, the likely solution would have been a very exhaustive gas infrastructure solution, including something like a new supply interconnection and miles of pipeline reinforcement. So that really demonstrates how innovative and how far we've come in the last 3 years, coming to such a different and really cost-effective solution.
Okay, nearly done. Just a couple more questions. I'd like to tie some threads together. I'd like to look, if we could, again, I'll ask to pull up Ms. Jones' rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 111. And if we could turn to page 89 to 90, please. So, and you had talked with Commissioner Gilman yesterday about the sensitivities run in your rebuttal testimony. I think you said there were 4 or 5, I can't remember what number you said, forecast sensitivities, as well as multiple different design day temperatures. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
And so you have some testimony here at the bottom of page 89 to page 90 that's addressing minus 31 degrees Fahrenheit, and then pairing that with the clean heat plan aligned forecast. How would you characterize this sensitivity analysis?
This sensitivity analysis uses the warmest design day temperature recommended by our interveners within the reasonable range, as well as the lowest design day peak hour gas demand forecast available to the company at this time. So pairing them together, this is really the most optimistic view of what the future and existing design day peak hour gas demand may be in the Eastern Mountain Gas System.
And are you aware of any testimony in this proceeding in which a party has provided data specifically quantifying or identifying a smaller or lack of supply shortfall under these assumptions, let alone the less aggressive maybe assumptions?
No, in my understanding, there's been no other testimony supporting actual supply shortfalls in the Eastern Mountain Gas System that would be less than those stated in figure GKJR 21.
Okay, and how do those considerations ultimately feed into the settlement agreement that is being proposed in this proceeding?
Those considerations are certainly something that the company considered while developing the settlement agreement with all of the willing stakeholders that came to the table. As such, I believe there was still some discussion about wanting to ensure that the company remains nimble in its gas planning processes and remains committed to looking at this problem statement through many different lenses, including the use of multiple forecasts as prescribed by the gas infrastructure planning rules. But specifically, there is an agreement as well to continue to provide design day temperature sensitivities. And the chosen temperature from the settling parties was a design day temperature or a temperature of -33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Do any of the additional considerations that you've been discussing over the last 2 days with our commissioner, NPA, additional NPA or NPA changes, incentive benefits in the CBA, questions about the rate of historical or current growth, design day temperature discussions, et cetera, change the need and I think what you characterized as an urgent need for LNG, CNG, and the NPAs as a package project?
No, the Mountain Energy Project is a comprehensive package and it should be considered as such. And it is designed in order to address the existing or emergent need in the Eastern Mountain Gas System, as well as the future forecasted design day peak hour gas demand. So while modular LNG and CNG provide us the reliability necessary in order to make sure that the company can adequately respond to cold weather events, NPA measures and technologies are just as important as a pairing to make sure that we are pursuing additional, more innovative ways to reduce design day peak hour gas demand and ultimately avoid those traditional gas infrastructure type solutions like a major pipeline reinforcement or new supply interconnection that I discussed would have likely been part of the solution back in 2021 or 22 when the supply constraint was really truly identified.
And I think my last question for you, Ms. Jones, is in light of all of these considerations you've been discussing, because you have a lot on your plate in this case, why do you consider the settlement to be a reasonable and appropriate resolution of the questions you've answered throughout this hearing?
Well, it was certainly a privilege to cover so many topics, so thank you to all of those who allowed me. But the settlement agreement, in my opinion, was really a coming of the masses, the willing masses, in order to really acknowledge and partner to figure out what the best solution would be for the existing and forecasted supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain Gas System. So in my opinion, while there was gives and takes during that conversation, it was an acknowledgement that the modular LNG and the CNG solutions were necessary and prudent to move forward with, as well as really a lot of partnerships surrounding what the future of NPA measures and technologies look like. The company is certainly very excited for the feedback that was provided during the settlement agreement, and even more so excited to continue to partner with the Eastern Mountain Gas System representatives, as well as other stakeholders in this proceeding to figure out how to maximize the use of NPA measures and technologies effectively, particularly at this scale, which as I understand is the largest NPA portfolio ever proposed by utility in the country, in a very challenging climate, which is very cold temperatures and an interesting demographic as compared to maybe the Front Range.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. That's all the questions I have for you today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Jones, for your testimony, and you are free to go. Appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puget.
This will be much shorter than Ms. Jones. Thanks, Mr. Paquet. So I'd just like to bring your attention back to yesterday and a brief discussion you had with our commissioner regarding outreach regarding the shortfall to customers. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And could you please speak a little bit in order to maybe provide some broader clarification, what outreach the company was providing to the communities or others regarding this shortfall over the last few years?
Yes, so I believe in that discussion yesterday, we focused on requesting customers, right, in that narrow sense. But it's important to keep in mind these ongoing conversations we've had with the communities itself impacted by this project and the elected officials, importantly, as part of that. And so as we've explored these potential solutions, it's been a key input into this process is engaging with them to understand their needs and wants, the additional constraints that they have and their goals at the same time. And so we've been working quite closely with the impacted communities here, not necessarily with all the customers as we were talking about previously, but of course particularly with those decision makers to make sure we are capturing that input and their perspectives.
Does the timing of customer outreach affect what the company is able to tell customers about either the supply shortfall, incentives that may be available, and other options?
Absolutely. This was something the company addressed not only in my testimony, but also I believe in witness Clem's testimony, and that engaging with requesting customers and the community writ large too early in the process could risk a lot of customer confusion, which could then negatively impact our ability to implement the MPA solutions as part of this comprehensive mountain energy proposal. And so we wanted to hold back on that front until we knew more. We're now at a place where we're confident to implement. We've committed to doing that in our rebuttal testimony and as enshrined in the settlement agreement. We think there's enough support to move forward here, but we didn't want to do so until there was more certainty so that we wouldn't be confusing customers.
Thank you. To switch topics a little bit with you, Mr. Paquet, and talk just a couple questions about your discussion with Commissioner Gilman regarding transportation customer rate options, and whether non-LDC transportation customers could have a charge similar to that proposed for the LDCs. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And it's my understanding that the company's relationship with the LDCs is contractual. Do you know whether the relationship the company has with non-LDC transport customers is governed by different regulatory principles?
Yes, it's correct that they're all transport customers in the broad sense. However, we do have separate agreements with our LDCs, the other LDCs in the state that we serve specifically off of our system. Non-LDC customers, I believe, are solely the terms of that service are solely governed by the tariffs that we have in place.
So what type of proceeding would non-LDC transport customer rates or charges need to be addressed?
Right. So we changed the tariff through separate advice letters, right? But if we're talking there about specific rates in terms of the tariff, that sounds much more aligned with a phase 2 gas advice letter.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Paquet, as the company's policy witness, in the panel discussion we just had, I thought it might be best to come back to you to kind of address. There were a variety of questions about the Mountain Energy Project, assumptions, cost recovery, and so on. Can you please explain how the settlement agreement addresses these questions to ultimately serve the public interest?
The settlement agreement is a comprehensive agreement. It addresses all the topics raised in this case. We've reached an agreement with all but one party in this case. Of course, we would have loved to settle with the UCA as well, but they took positions in this case that didn't quite make that possible, although we sure would have liked it. The settlement agreement, importantly, is a pact, right? It's an agreement among all those parties to move forward collaboratively under those terms. And we think, given a proposal of this scope, it's innovative, it's comprehensive. We hope to build on it in the future. We want that to be replicable as much as possible moving forward. And given the impacts that this has to these specific communities and those customers in those communities, as well as the system at large, given the interconnected nature of it, which we talked a lot about in this hearing and in this case, we want to all be moving forward on the same page. This settlement agreement is that path forward. And we're excited to get started with these communities if the commission approves it.
Thank you. I think with that, that's my last question for Mr. Piquet.
Thanks, Ms. Brahma. Thanks, Mr. Piquet. You're free to go. Appreciate your testimony very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Brahma, I think that's it for your witnesses, if you confirm.
I believe so, unless something unexpected comes up in the remainder of the day.
Nothing I know of so far. Hopefully not. We're gonna try and run a tight ship here and get it finished. All right. Thank you, Ms. Brahma. Next up, I have Mr. Hagland. Mr. Hagland, I will get you sworn in. I think Mr. Sarah just has a brief couple questions for you. Welcome. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Is anyone with you as you testify today?
No.
And if that changes or anyone communicates with you during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Excellent. All right. Go ahead, Ms. McLaughlin.
Thanks. Just briefly, could you please state your name and spell it for the record, Mr. Hagland?
Yes, my name is Eric, E-R-I-C, Hagland, H-A-G-L-U-N-D.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. I am the section head of the economics team.
And did you cause to be filed what has been marked as Hearing Exhibit 901, the answer testimony of staff witness Eric Hagland?
Yes.
And you did not file settlement testimony, but did you participate in the conversations that led to the settlement agreement?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that the settlement is in the public interest?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hagland's available for questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Sarah just has a couple questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Hagland. Nice to see you again.
Good morning.
So I have a couple questions about your answer testimony. On page 20, you state that, quote, allocating the costs of the Mountain Energy project entirely to new customers using flat per customer fees is not the best approach. It neglects the fact that the need for the Mountain Energy project is at least partly attributable to growth that has already occurred and that new customers provide benefits to the system. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in that quotation, you're responding to a proposal mentioned in a commission decision whereby new customers would be charged a flat $20,000 hookup fee. Is that right?
Yes.
Thinking about those critiques here in your answer testimony, do you have any thoughts for the commission about a smaller hookup fee for new customers in the Eastern Mountain gas system, say $2,000 to $5,000 per customer?
I don't think it fundamentally changes our position on this proposal. I would like to know more about specifically what costs of the overall proposal here that hookup fee are intended to recover. I think one of the responses I provided to the proposal that the commission had offered was that we had proposed separate treatment of costs associated with the NPA proposal as compared to the CNG and LNG facilities, as compared to with the electric distribution upgrades. And I think staff tries to think pretty carefully about rates and charges being designed to recover specific costs. So it's a little bit difficult to comment on even a reduced hookup fee without a clear understanding of what costs that is intended to recover.
I appreciate that. I've got one more question for you, which is, assuming for the purpose of this question that the PUC declined to approve the cost recovery mechanisms in the settlement agreement because it found that it's unfair to socialize 100% of the investment across all existing customers, because it distorts customer electrification decisions, because it doesn't provide proper locational price signals to new home builders about gas infrastructure costs. would you have any advice or guidance about next steps if the commission chose to require the company to recover some portion of the Mountain Energy Project investments through location-based new customer hookup fees?
Again, I would like to be pretty careful and intentional about recovering costs for specific parts of the overall Mountain Energy Project differently. And I think we would maintain the positions we've offered in testimony and what's in the settlement here. I think another sort of high level concern that I'll offer is that it's important to staff that maybe I'll back up a second. We do understand the commission's concern both about the potential geographic disparities in cost causation and this issue of costs associated with new customers as compared to existing customers. So in the former category, I think our proposal and answer testimony regarding multiple base rate areas was an effort to be responsive to that concern in a way that we think is consistent sort of and generalizable enough that it doesn't create some of the concerns that implementing a new charge or policy within this proceeding on one specific project that may not be consistent with other similar projects, both recent and potentially in the future, regarding the geographic distinctions there. So a principle we're trying to apply here is consistency across the company's service territory and in applicability to all customers. So in terms of geographic differentiation, we would stand by our position that the more appropriate way to do this is through potentially considering multiple base rate areas. As far as the other concern, you mentioned new customers versus existing. We would also advocate for a more consistent approach to that question. And I would say the most appropriate way to do that would be in a line extension policy that is in the company's tariff and applies to all customers, not just specifically associated with one project like we're looking at in this proceeding.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts. I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I don't have any questions. Ms. McLaughlin, do you have redirect?
Yeah, just briefly, one or two questions.
Sure.
Mr. Hagland, is the issues that are addressed by the settlement agreement, are those caused solely by new customers in the Breckenridge, Keystone, and Grand Lake area?
No, I think the company has been quite clear that there is an existing constraint on the Eastern Mountain System. I believe we heard Ms. Jones say that several times during her testimony over the past couple of days. So this is not purely a question of the forecasted growth, but it's an existing problem.
And so would a new hookup fee, even if it was a lower amount, the $2,000 to $5,000, I believe Mr. Acera said, would that account for new homes that have been built in these areas in the last 2 or 3 years?
No, it would not.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thanks, Mr. McLaughlin. So next on my list, I have Mr. Lemire at 20 minutes. It might be, you're free to go, Mr. Hegland. I'm sorry. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. So next up I have Mr. Lemire. I think it might be ideal to get him done and then maybe break for lunch around 12:15. Let me just check real quick with Ms. Boulay and Ms. Frederico and see if that would work for you all to just push through one more 20-minute.
That's fine with the court reporter.
Okay.
Ditto, fine with me.
Okay, super. We'll try to get this work done. Is Mr. Lemire available? Hello.
Good afternoon.
It's still morning. Where I gotta take every minute we can get. Okay. Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
And if that changes or anyone tries to communicate with you in any way during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
I will.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. Mr. Lemaire, if you could
Morning.
please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Patrick Lemaire, spelled Patrick, last name Lamere.
By whom are you employed and what is your title?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as a member of staff, and I am a senior economist.
In this proceeding, did you cause to be filed answer testimony, including attachments marked as hearing exhibit 900 and settlement testimony marked as hearing exhibit 902?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections today to your answer or settlement testimonies?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Lemaire is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bunker, I got you for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Good morning, Mr. Lemaire.
Morning.
If we could please access UCA's box.com account and pull up exhibit 442. And you will see that this is a copy of staff's intervention. And if we could go to page 2, at the bottom of the page, paragraph, this would be paragraph 2G on the bottom of the page. Here, the intervention states amongst the issues staff will raise and address is whether the proposal effectively supports Colorado's greenhouse gas GHG reduction mandates and avoids stranded asset risks associated with continued investment in gas infrastructure. Did I read that right?
It appears so.
And the Colorado legislature has directed the commission pursuant to Senate Bill 23-291 to investigate whether and how residential development and other development in certain geographic areas drive gas infrastructure costs on certain Colorado LDCs, natural gas utility systems. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair generalization of that. Sure.
Thank you. Do you agree that geographic cost allocation and elimination of new service are options that address staff's intervention issue regarding Colorado's greenhouse gas reduction mandates and the avoidance of stranded asset risks associated with continued investment in gas infrastructure?
Do you mind just mentioning the two things you said again? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Sure, not a problem. Geographic cost allocation and the elimination of new service.
I'd say, I mean, I'd certainly believe that those could be tools here. I don't see why not when we're just discussing stranded asset risk, but it's not the only tools that the commission or staff would evaluate.
Okay, thank you for that. If we can now access UCA hearing exhibit 444 in box.com. And you will see that this is starting about a third of the way down, Commission Gas Rule 4210 on line extensions. Do you see that?
Sure.
Okay. And if we could focus on 4210 subparagraph C, here the rule provides line extension policies, procedures, and conditions shall be based on the principle that the connecting customer pay its share of the estimated full incremental cost of growth, including any costs associated with increases in design peak demand. Did I read that accurately?
It appears so.
And were you listening to the discussion earlier this morning between Commissioner Gilman and Mr. Paquet?
Admittedly, in part, I've been having to go in and out this whole hearing, so a reminder might be helpful.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you recall the discussion about line extensions under Rule 4210 during her Commissioner Gilman's discussion with Mr. Paquet?
No, I don't believe I was able to hear that part.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's move to the settlement agreement, which is hearing exhibit 116. And if we could go to page 7 when you pull that up, Ms. Frederico. And again, it was hearing exhibit 116.
Yeah, sorry, my screen froze after your last exhibit. Give me just a second.
Not a problem. Take your time. Thank you.
Can you repeat the page for me?
Page 7. Before we look at this on page 7, a question just to follow up on that discussion on Rule 4210C. Do you believe, Mr. Lemire, that the line extension cost recovery under Rule 4210C is an issue in this proceeding?
Objection. I don't think Mr. Lemire addressed the line extension policy in his testimony at all.
I'm asking whether he believes it is an issue.
I mean,
And there was a discussion
asking to
with
make a
Mr.
legal conclusion
Hackman.
about whether there's an issue on that.
Based on the discussion between Mr. Acera and Mr. Haglund, do you believe, Mr. Lemire, that the line extension policy under Rule 4210C is applicable in this case?
I'll allow the question, the settlement witness.
I was able to listen in on that conversation. I'll note that this is not something I addressed in my answer testimony whatsoever. And I would just reiterate the response by staff witness Haglund as he responded to questions from Mr. Acera.
Okay, thanks. If we could now focus on the settlement agreement, which is on the screen. This is hearing exhibit 116, and in particular, paragraph 12. And there's been a lot of discussion about this, but it's worth repeating for my questions for you. And that is, the settling parties agree to approval of the MEP and granting the associated CPCNs for CNG and LNG as proposed by the company on rebuttal with modifications discussed in the settlement agreement. Did I summarize that accurately?
I believe so.
And on paragraph 13 there on the bottom of the page, the settling parties agree to make an interim regulatory filing on or before December 1st, 2028, right?
That's correct.
And would you agree that this interim regulatory filing will not be filed by Piesco until roughly December 1, 2028, which is over 3 years from now?
I believe it says on or before. I'm not going to speak to the company's timeline if they can get that prior.
Okay, let's go to your settlement testimony, which is hearing exhibit 902. And on page 6, at lines 15 and 16, here you state a key staff issue or concern is the reasonableness and effectiveness of the proposed hybrid approach, correct?
That appears to be what it reads, yes.
And you talk about cost effectiveness of that hybrid approach, correct?
Can you point to where I talk about it, just so I can follow?
On line 16.
I identify that it's a key issue that I particularly raised in my answer testimony.
Yes.
I believe that's what this is saying.
Yes. And if we could look at hearing exhibit 435, that's been previously admitted, Ms. Frederico. And if we could go to paragraph 8 on page, I believe it's 4, could be page 3. That'd be page 3 then. And it is paragraph 8. You'll see in the last sentence, here the commission states its interest in whether a fee of $20,000 or some other amount is reasonable for new residential homes in the EMGS, both as a price signal and as a means of cost recovery, right?
Then can I just read the rest of this so I can follow along? Sorry. Yeah, that seems accurate.
Okay. And you're a senior economist for staff, and so you're knowledgeable about economic theory, right?
I'd hope so.
Okay. So do you have any basis to dispute the commission's comment that a proposed hookup fee, which they reference as the $20,000 fee, would provide a price signal or cost signal to Piesco's gas customers, both residential homeowners and developers?
So I think we're talking about price elasticity. And while I'd say most likely there would be a consumer behavior associated with such a hookup fee, I would have no way of knowing exactly what that behavior might be, as in what the reaction by those customers would actually be. So I can't provide any kind of exactness towards how elastic customers would be to a price signal.
So you're saying you don't agree that that is a price signal or cost signal? That hookup fee?
If I need to reiterate, I would say that certainly I would imagine there would be a reaction, because this fee most likely would not be not inelastic. So there would be some kind of elasticity and a reaction by consumers. But I don't know what degree that reaction might be by consumers.
Okay. Let's refer to hearing exhibit 901, and this is Mr. Hagland's answer testimony. And if we could go to page 19 at the bottom of the page and on to page 20. And this follows up on questions Mr. Acera had. But just to confirm, in footnote 25 in the discussion starting at line or page 19, line 6 through page 20, line 4, here staff does not support the commission's proposal that the MEP costs could be recovered through a fee such as $20,000 on new customers, right?
I'm gonna again object. This is not Mr. Lemaire's testimony. If
I'm just asking him.
council had questions for Mr. Haglund about his testimony, they should have been directed to him. This issue was not addressed in Mr. Lemaire's answer testimony, right, or his settlement testimony.
Mr. Bunker, yeah, if you could perhaps move us along. I think it's fair to ask him his perspective on things vis-a-vis the settlement.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Keep it moving. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. If we could go to the settlement agreement at page 14, paragraph 29. You are the witness, just to clarify, you are the witness supporting the settlement agreement for staff. Is that right?
That's accurate.
Okay, let's look at paragraph 29. And this is under subheading F of the settlement agreement, cost responsibility. And do you agree that here the settling parties agree the company will spread the costs of the project across customers as applicable per cost determinations for the gas and electric DSMCA and the gas base rates, right?
I believe the settlement speaks for itself.
Did I read that correctly?
I believe so.
So this settlement agreement provides for the socialization of costs as proposed by the company as to all Piesco's gas customers. Is that right?
I wouldn't agree with that characterization, no.
Okay. Let's look at page 6 of your settlement testimony.
Sorry, I'm just making sure I've got numbers right. That one's 902, right?
Yes, 902.
And page 4?
Page 6, please. And here at page 6, line 15 on to the top of page 7, line 1. Here you state additional staff concerns or issues include the transparency of DSM and beneficial electrification, BE adoption assumptions, potential stranded asset risks associated with LNG and CNG facilities, the allocation of costs amongst customers, and the adequacy of community outreach and reporting. Is that right?
That appears right.
So you testified the settlement agreement on page 9 at lines 18 and 19. Here you say the settlement agreement resolves both the reasonableness and the prudency of the LNG investments, right?
Sorry, can you bring that up?
Page 11, lines 14 to 16. Or I'm sorry, page 9, lines 18 and 19.
Just a moment while I read this. I just want to make sure I can answer the question accurately. Okay, I read it.
Okay, and you say this was resolving issues raised in both your testimony and that of witness Eric Haglund on lines 15 and 16. Is that right?
I say this settlement resolves a wide range of issues raised by both my answer testimony and staff witness Eric Haglund. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we could go to page 11 on lines 14 through 16. Here you discuss staff's concern regarding the LNG and CNG infrastructure investments, and you state, Piesco agreed to provide additional justification in an interim regulatory filing and to disclose contingency plans if electrification adoption accelerates. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what analysis did you do to determine the cost of LNG and CNG investments based on Piesco's rebuttal case are reasonable?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. What analysis did you do to determine that the cost of LNG and CNG investments based on Piesco's rebuttal case are reasonable?
What I can provide is two things. One, staff entered negotiations for the settlement. And as I explained through my settlement testimony, we focused on particular topics and was able to come to a point of accepting the settlement agreement based on moving to our particular topics. To answer your question, I'd say my testimony speaks, if we're talking about the rebuttal case, the only testimony I've provided is the settlement testimony here. And there's no independent analysis that I've provided here. Staff, in the development of its answer testimony, did its regulatory oversight and due diligence in reviewing the case as a whole, including the direct, supplemental, and discovery. So I'm having trouble answering your question because the only thing I've provided in this case here at that time would be this settlement testimony, and I don't have any independent analysis in the settlement testimony.
And you would
Mr.
agree?
Bunker, I'm at 20 minutes, so I just want to.
I have just a couple more, a few more questions, maybe six.
Okay.
You would agree that we looked at the settlement agreement in paragraph 12 of the settlement agreement. The parties have agreed to the proposals in Public Services rebuttal case and with modifications in the settlement agreement, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And what I'm adding is the settlement agreement is a collaboration of all parties to a settlement. And as I've explained in my settlement testimony here further down, there is give and take, of course, in developing those terms. And to answer your question on any kind of, as I presume it to be, independent analysis, there's nothing within my settlement testimony that is a independent analysis.
Okay, and on line 15 on page 11, you discuss let me start that over, sorry. You discuss additional justification in an interim regulatory filing. You see that on line 15, page 11?
I do.
And you understand, correct, that the interim regulatory filing will not be filed until on or before December 1st, 2028. Is that right?
I do, yes.
Okay. And on page 15 of your settlement authority, or your settlement testimony rather, at lines 15 and 16, or 16 through 18 rather, on page 15, here you indicate not all staff's adoption or recommendations were adopted in full in the settlement agreement. And for example, staff's proposal of multiple base rate areas is not mandated by the settlement agreement, right?
If we can turn to that, that'd be great.
Sorry,
just
I
so
got
we can confirm.
there were a lot of numbers. I think I misheard where. Which page and line?
I'm sorry, page 15.
15. I thought you were saying line 15. Sorry.
That's okay. Page 15, lines 16 through 18.
Yes, to answer your question, the settlement agreement does have a settlement term provision about a study to potentially identify whether or not multiple base rate areas would be necessary. And so staff found that this term was acceptable in settlement discussions because it starts to begin that conversation as to whether or not this idea is a potential idea that could work for public service.
Okay, and that is a reference to the language starting on the bottom of page 15 at line 18 and on to page 16, line 3, where you indicate a meaningful step as a third-party evaluation of the base rate differentiation and enhanced reporting on infrastructure utilization, right?
That's essentially what I've described just before, yes.
Okay, so let's look at the settlement agreement, if we could, which is here in Exhibit 116, starting at page 15.
Just the last question or two, Mr. Bunker.
Yes. A couple of questions on this. I have like 5 questions.
All right, you might have had 5 questions ago, but we gotta wrap it up here in a minute or two.
Okay, thank you. In paragraphs 32 through 38 of the settlement agreement, do you agree that beyond issuing a RFP for a third-party evaluation and the submission of all received RFP proposals by April 1, 2026, no further action is required on the multiple base rate areas proposal from staff under the settlement agreement until or under paragraph 35, unless the commission indicates otherwise? Would you agree with that?
By staff, I believe line 32 there speaks for itself regarding this particular proposal. Of course, the commission could direct staff or the company at any time to take on anything additional, even outside the scope of this case.
Okay, let's look quickly then at paragraph 34. Do you see here that the RFP proposals need to be received by April 1st, 2026?
I do.
And you see in paragraph 35, settling parties agree no further action is required by the company in response to the RFPs unless and until the commission indicates otherwise?
I do.
Okay, one last area I want to cover that's a couple of questions. That's your settlement testimony at page 16. And on lines 10 and 11, you discuss why the settlement strengthens protections for ratepayers. Do you see that?
I do.
And which ratepayers are you referring to? In other words, which ratepayers are protected? Ratepayers in the EMGS, all of public services gas ratepayers, or all public services gas and electric ratepayers?
Well, the response here isn't directly related to the multiple base rate area. Staff made sure to get protections within the settlement agreement that called for enhanced reporting requirement, more transparency, more overall consumer protections across the entire service territory of public service. And as another component of the settlement agreement, was the term that we spoke about was the multiple base rate area. But certainly that's not the only term related to protections on ratepayers.
Okay, well, I'll re-ask my question. Which ratepayers are being protected as a result of the settlement agreement? That's a fairly direct question.
Sure, I think it would be fair to say that there's oversight on all ratepayers in this proceeding.
So are you suggesting if some of the costs of this mountain energy project are socialized to all other PSCO ratepayers, that somehow they're protected by the settlement agreement?
I don't make that conclusion whatsoever. And I think I earlier didn't agree with how the question on socialization in its entirety.
All right, with that, Commissioner Gilman, I've completed my cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bunker. Mr. Cox, do you have an estimate on redirect, just so I know?
I don't expect it to take longer than 10 minutes.
Okay. We'll break for lunch now. Mr. Bunker, just a recognition, we were about 10 minutes over on that 20-minute cross. We don't have wiggle room to continue to go over on cross. So that'll be it. I'm gonna have to give you a hard stop on the other crosses as we go on. Just looking at the totals for the day. So it is 12:27. I think a lot of folks can kind of come and go as they listen, but my main priority would be our court reporter and Miss Puerto Rico. What's the shortest lunch you all can tolerate? Would
30 minutes?
12:45 work, or is that too short?
30 or 45 would work.
Okay. Can I do 30?
That's okay with me.
Okay. Apologies for the short lunch, but that'll keep us from going too long. Okay. So, Mr. Cox, can you be prepared to redirect at 1 o'clock?
Can.
Okay, great. And next up, we'll have Ms. Burley from MCC prepared to testify after Lemire comes off. So I'll see you all at 1 o'clock. Just a reminder, this all stays live, so please do mute yourself, turn off your cameras. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. Okay, just wanted to check, Ms. Boulay, if you're back with us.
I am ready.
Okay, apologies for the short lunch. We're gonna push through. We're gonna get this thing done. Okay, Mr. Cox, I've got you on redirect of Mr. Lemaire. Mr. Lemaire, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Thank you.
I think we'll be well under 10 minutes here. So, Mr. Lemaire, do you recall UCA counsel, Mr. Bunker, asking you about what cost analysis that you did of the company's rebuttal proposal?
I do.
And did the settlement agreement adopt the company's rebuttal proposal in its entirety?
No, it did not. And that is the core of the settlement agreement negotiations, that all parties came to the table and give and took on certain provisions of that settlement agreement, including the company and including staff as well.
Were there changes in the settlement agreement from the rebuttal proposal that would change the cost of the project?
Yeah, overall, I think as we heard, just associated with the number of tanks causing reduction in the overall cost on that component alone, but especially in terms of the entirety of the rebuttal position, yes, definitely.
In continuing the discussion about costs, do you recall Mr. Bunker asking you or speaking with you about cost effectiveness of the settlement and protection of ratepayers?
I do.
Can you expand on why you view the settlement as cost effective?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the development of this proposal to resolve the imminent capacity constraint the company identified, they provided cost benefit on multiple scenarios, not just the hybrid portfolio 2 that was ultimately recommended, that being the combination of the LNG, CNG, and electrical infrastructure upgrades and the NPA portfolio. But as we compare the final hybrid 2 portfolio to that of the other scenarios, as in traditional gas infrastructure investment, gas facilities, this portfolio was the most cost effective. So it is it is essentially the best portfolio in terms of reducing costs compared to the rest.
And what are some of the terms of the settlement agreement that you feel are there were included for ratepayer protection?
Yeah, absolutely. So not only did we speak about the term on the multiple base rate area, but the staff made it apparent to ensure that there was a robust reporting and transparency process, along with supporting the interim regulatory filing as well, so that there would be essentially a checkpoint to ensure that the project is still on path and doing what it's designed to do, and whether or not there needs to be any changes. And so combined, really with all the terms of the settlement, staff felt like there was enough consumer protection there that we could then support the settlement.
And I believe with the settlement, would you describe that as in the public interest?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lemaire. No further questions.
Thanks, appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lemaire, and you're free to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Mr. K's been excused, so we'll move to Ms. Burley from MCC. Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Burley.
Good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you by yourself as you testify today?
I am.
And if that changes or anyone tries to communicate with you in any way during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
I will.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Judkins.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burley. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jessica Burley, Jessica Burley.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the Sustainability and Parking Manager for the town of Breckenridge, testifying on behalf of the Mountain Community Coalition.
And do you have before you hearing exhibits 600, 602, and 603, which is a testimony you submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions today as contained in those documents, would your answers be the same?
As contained in all those documents, yes.
Ms. Burley is available for cross-examination.
Thanks, Ms. Judkins. Okay, UCA, I've got you for 30 minutes and gotta be not more than 30 minutes, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Ms. Burley, can you see and hear me all right?
I can.
My name is Patrick Wittershine. I'm an attorney for the Utility Consumer Advocate. Got a lot to cover, so I'd like to get right into it. Your organization, Mountain Community Coalition, MCC, it's a group of governmental entities, correct?
That's correct.
And in your intervention, MCC states that it seeks to intervene to protect its residents' interests in this proceeding, right?
That's correct.
It's true that not all residents that the MCC represents agree with the settlement that MCC has signed, correct?
That is also correct.
And you're aware that written comments have been filed with the commission in this proceeding?
I am.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 437 from UCA's box? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see this document? It's titled Public Comment Submitted by Leslie Weiss, Keystone Summit County Resident.
I can.
Commissioner Gilman, I'd move to introduce hearing exhibit 437.
Ms. Judkins.
I'd like to object for lack of foundation.
Mr. Wittershine.
Ms. Burley, have you reviewed the public comments in this proceeding?
I have.
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And you recognize it as a public comment that was submitted in this proceeding from a resident in
Yes.
the mountain communities that you
Yes.
represent? Commissioner Gilman, I move to admit hearing exhibit 437.
Ms. Judkins.
No objection, thank you.
Okay, so admitted.
Can we please scroll to page 4? Ms. Federico, thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see the last paragraph of this page? It starts, in this case, the commission should reject the temporary NPA gas storage option.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down now. Now, Ms. Burley, it's accurate to say that preventing future investment in Piesco's gas infrastructure would also help MCC members meet their climate goals, right?
That is correct.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 412, 412? Can you see that article? It's titled Breckenridge Council on Board with Program that would mitigate energy use for outdoor amenities.
Yes.
Can you see this article? It's titled July 14th, 2021.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the Summit Daily.
Yes.
And you'd say it's a reliable publication.
Yes.
Commissioner Gilman, I move for admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 412.
Ms. Judkins.
No objection.
All right, so admitted.
Can we please scroll down to the second paragraph? Ms. Burley, can you see this paragraph where it says Town Sustainability Coordinator Jesse Burley and High Country Conservation Center Climate Action Director Jess Hoover presented plans for a county-wide program to mitigate outdoor energy use?
Yes, I can see that.
And the next paragraph states, the purpose of this program would be to reduce emissions from outdoor amenities such as snow melt systems, natural gas fireplaces, pools, and large hot tubs, correct?
That's correct. And this program was implemented and is in effect in the town of Breckenridge, but not the other jurisdictions in the Mountain Community Coalition.
And I'm sorry, it's cut off there, but can you see the first bullet? It says creating economic price signals to reduce excessive outdoor energy use.
I can see that.
That was the first method listed for achieving the goal that we had stated.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Federico, can we scroll up slightly so we can see the picture and the caption? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see this caption where it says, this 7-bedroom, 7.5 bath home sold for $17 million in June, setting a new record for Summit County. According to the High Country Conservation Center, the amount of natural gas energy the home uses for snow melt each year is equivalent to the total electric energy used by 16 homes in the Wellington neighborhood.
I can
Is
see
correct?
that. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down. And moving back to your recommendations in this proceeding regarding cost allocation and cost recovery of the costs from the Mountain Energy Project, your position is that all such costs should be socialized to all PSCO ratepayers rather than allocating a certain portion of MEP costs to EMGS customers. Is that correct?
Yes, our recommendation is to stick with how the company both proposed this cost recovery in the Mountain Energy Project, as well as how they traditionally recover DSM and BE costs currently.
Ms. Burley, you're familiar with Senate Bill 23-291, correct?
I am generally familiar with it, yes.
Would you agree that the Colorado legislature in the 2023 session provided direction through Senate Bill 23-291 regarding cost allocation of project costs?
I am, and it's my understanding there's a miscellaneous docket where this is being discussed in front of the Public Utilities Commission.
And you're also familiar with decision number C-25-0173 in this proceeding, correct?
I am.
Ms. Federico, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 435? Ms. Burley, you recognize that the commission, through its request in this decision, provided direction to investigate cost allocation of project costs, correct?
I am aware.
Would you also agree that through its cost recovery proposals in this decision, it's doing more than just investigating? It's proposing a rate-making treatment?
As I am not an attorney, it is my interpretation of this that we were asked to explore the idea and to submit this information as part of our cross answer.
Can we please turn to page 2 of this document? Subsection C.
Do you mind blowing it up a little bit, please?
Thank you, Ms. Federico.
Thank you.
Could we highlight subsection C? I think it should be called rate-making proposal. So, Ms. Burley, you can see that subsection C, it says rate-making proposal and not rate-making investigation, correct?
I see that, yes.
Now, in your cross-answer testimony, you urged the commission to use the miscellaneous proceeding you mentioned earlier to discuss, evaluate, and establish broad concepts regarding geographic cost causation, correct?
We did. We felt like looking at this from a system-wide perspective was more reasonable than putting this on the Eastern Mountain gas system in this case.
Now, if the commission agreed with that recommendation, would MCC agree that any mandates from that miscellaneous docket should be applied to the Mountain Energy Project costs?
If that decision were to come prior to the decision here, I believe it would be subject to. I think there's a timing issue at play here.
In your organization, it has not filed comments in that miscellaneous proceeding, 24M-0493G.
We have not.
So you haven't been involved in that proceeding?
Not to date.
Can we please turn to the settlement agreement? It's hearing exhibit 116. Can we please go to page 14, paragraph 29? Thank you. Ms. Burley, this is where the settling parties agreed to socialize costs as proposed by the company and spread the Mountain Energy Project costs to all Piesco's gas customers, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Burley, you're familiar with the term full incremental cost, right?
I am.
Would you agree that a definition of full incremental cost would be, unlike marginal costs, which only considers the cost of one additional unit, full incremental cost encompasses all additional costs associated with a project or action, including both fixed and variable costs?
Objection. I believe this goes beyond the scope of Ms. Burley's testimony.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 602? It's Ms. Burley's cross-answer testimony. Could we please go to page 13, line 4? And Ms. Burley, can you see that you use that term full incremental cost?
Yes, and this is related to NPA costs.
So would you agree with my definition of full incremental cost that I read to you just earlier?
In terms of the question you were asking, my interpretation is that you were talking about the incremental cost of the system project as a whole and not related to the NPA incentives as I refer to here in my testimony.
Okay. Ms. Federico, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 444 from UCA's box? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you read Rule 4210, subsection C? Ms. Federico, we may need to zoom in on that.
Yes, and I read it in the prior witnesses cross as well.
Okay. So would you agree with me that based on this rule, the commission has to further the principle that customers connecting to the natural gas system pay their share of the incremental cost of growth?
As I'm not familiar with this document and its intent, that is what it says.
In one way the commission could do that is through implementing a hookup fee, correct?
I believe it's in their discretion to ask for that, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. We can take that down. Can we please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 440? Thank you. Ms. Burley, you recognize this, right?
Yes, I do. I live and breathe this document.
Can we please turn to the next page? And scroll down just slightly so we can see Ms. Burley's quote. So you footnote this document in your answer testimony, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Federico, could we please scroll down to the next page? So you're listed here under the Town of Breckenridge staff, right?
Correct.
And you played a significant role in creating this plan.
Yes, I did.
Can we please turn to page 30 of this document?
I'm sorry, I want to make sure, like PDF page 30, right?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Burley, you can see this section covers climate action.
Yes.
Can we please turn to page 32, Ms. Federico? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see the advocacy box on the left?
Yes.
And there's a sentence that reads, "There are limits to the authority and resources that the town can devote to pursuing sustainability. Sometimes state or federal laws make it hard for the town to do what it wants to promote sustainability." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Could we please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 413? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see the title of this article?
I can.
It says, want a hot tub at your Colorado ski town home? You might have to offset its emissions first.
Yes, I can see that.
And it appears to be an article in the Colorado Sun dated August 15th, 2023.
Correct.
Are you familiar with this article?
I am not familiar with this article.
Are you familiar with the Colorado Sun?
Yes.
And in your estimation, is it a reliable publication?
Yes.
Commissioner Gilman, I move for admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 413.
Any objections?
I believe Ms. Burley's testified she's not familiar with this article, so I guess I'm not objecting to the admission, but just would note that her answers will likely reflect that.
No worries, with the understanding that she is not immediately familiar with all of the content, Mr. Witterstein, and expedience in getting her there. If she's not familiar, you're about halfway through, so I want to make sure you
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. So, Ms. Burley, you do not remember being interviewed for this article?
There were several articles that covered the renewable energy mitigation program. So to the extent that I was interviewed for this one, I do not recall it.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot to say it is admitted. I didn't want that to go without saying, sorry.
Not a trick question. Ms. Federico, could we please scroll down to see the text of this? Can we see the fifth paragraph of the first page? Ms. Burley, can you see the quote? We have a lot of high-end outdoor amenities, pools, hot tubs.
Yes, I can.
And then you go on, you say, it is fairly unique to mountain communities. We have this outdoor intensity.
Yes.
Can we please turn to page 8 of this document? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see the last paragraph? It says, we didn't feel we could go with a complete ban on natural gas. Breckenridge's Burley said it would backfire today. We don't have the workforce for full electrification.
Yes, I see that. And I would note that, as always, there's additional context to these conversations.
Well, thank you, Ms. Burley. I'm sorry, that was just a yes or no question, and I have limited time here. Ms. Federico, could we please scroll to the end of this article, the last paragraph? Ms. Burley, can you see the last paragraph? It says, a fire pit is flaring natural gas, and we can't let that go unabated. We're looking forward to having no natural gas in our community in the future. Did I read that correctly? Thank you. Ms. Federico, could we please turn back to hearing exhibit 440 at page 33? Can you see the strategies target 1 under energy used to operate buildings? It says fast track adoption of latest building code.
Yes.
And the section begins, building codes for new construction and retrofits will increase energy conservation within a municipality. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And this report, it came out in 2022, right?
Yes.
And this report came out before Breckenridge adopted its Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, or REMP, which I think you mentioned earlier, right?
They overlapped, yes.
And REMP, that's designed to regulate outdoor energy use for features such as snow melt, fire pits, heated pools, space, water features, and other gas appliances that are installed external to the building envelope, correct?
That's correct.
Essentially, it's a building code mechanism that establishes a mitigation requirement to offset outdoor energy use through either on-site renewables or fee in lieu mechanism. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
So basically, under this program, people who install outdoor natural gas appliances, they either install renewables or pay a fee.
That's right. And ideally, they downsize the system or don't install it at all.
But some customers choose to pay this fee rather than install renewable energy, right?
They do.
And the company could use a similar fee to recover a portion of the MEP costs based on the usage of outdoor gas, right?
I would not make the comparison that those two are apples to apples. So while there are mechanisms to create price signals, as I think you're indicating here, the proposal, as I understood it, was a flat $200,000 fee for new construction. And I think that the REMP program has a lot more nuance based on the actual greenhouse gas emissions projected for those systems, and is a lot is tied more specifically to the energy use than a flat hookup fee would be as proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Burley. And you just discussed a flat $200,000 fee. I think you meant to say it.
$20,000. Thank you for the correction.
$20,000 fee. Thank you. So you testified that REMP would not necessarily reduce peak demand on the gas system, as many of these amenities are not being used for space heating and are not being used during periods of extreme cold temperatures, correct?
That is our observation, is that these systems are not being used during peak extremely cold weather events.
But you also recommended that the commission order the company to conduct another study of snowmelt systems in the NPA area, right?
We did.
And that's partly because snowmelt systems are not metered on their own, and that gas usage is counted as part of the building gas demand for space heating, correct?
That was our assumption, and I believe it was confirmed earlier today.
So it's safe to say the company does not identify customers with snowmelt and outdoor natural gas use, right?
That is my understanding.
Ms. Burley, you also testified that by not fully understanding the snowmelt systems already in place, the company cannot adequately estimate the NPA potential and its reduction on the capacity constraint. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Thank you, Ms. Burley. Let me review some notes here. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 443? Thank you. Ms. Burley, do you recognize this document?
I do.
This appears to be an article in the Summit Daily. You know what? I'm gonna forget about this. I need to check my notes here. Sorry. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 439? Thank you. Ms. Burley, can you see the title of this Summit Daily article? It says, "This settlement is not good."
I can.
And are you familiar with this article?
I am.
It came out last week, right?
I believe it. Yeah, well, yes, it did a week ago.
And it discusses various public comments opposing the settlement agreement in this proceeding.
It discusses the public comments that you already pulled up.
Mr. Gilman, move for admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 439.
Any objections?
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Burley, those are all of my questions for you today. Thank you for being here.
All right. That was the only party I had for cross. I do have just a couple questions for you, Ms. Burley. What year was your REMP program started?
as we were talking about this, I was trying to think when it became effective. I believe it became effective in 2023.
Okay, so somewhat new. So then is it fair to assume that for any installations of snow melt outdoor energy use after that, the town would have a record as to where those are located and the relative size of them?
Yes, we do.
Do you have other kind of information through building permit records or other ways to determine where there are snow melt users or other large kind of non-typical heating users
Yes.
with large exterior energy?
Yeah, since about 2019, we've tracked loosely mechanical systems that flag things like snow melt at time of building permit. Some of the aftermarket ones that have been installed, you know, may fly under the radar. And then I would also note that we do have a pretty good handle on the commercial systems.
Okay. In terms of like who operates them and maybe the relative size?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is that information that anyone at Excel has asked for with regard to planning the MPA portfolio or understanding energy use particular to the mountain communities?
It is not.
Is that information that you would be able to make available under kind of appropriate confidentiality agreements with them to allow them to target those customers for MPA adoption?
I believe so, in the same way that I believe so, because they would already be, yes, they would already be customers of Excel. So I think that there would be ways that we could do that. I'm just trying to think about like personal information and that level of detail. But yes, I believe that we could do that.
Okay. And then it sounds as though the MCC has a particular sense through building permits, literally driving down the street, whatever it may be, that there's a significant amount more snow melt than the company accounts for in their calculations and analysis. Is that appropriate?
That is appropriate, yes.
Okay. And is that more acute even in Breckenridge than Summit County at large, the prevalence of snow melt?
Yes, and thank you for that. I think a lot of the questions that I was just asked were related specifically to Breckenridge, but the Mountain Community Coalition represents a lot of communities in Summit County, and the characteristics of those and the building types, including outdoor snow melt, vary from community to community. So it is more acute in Breckenridge, most likely more acute in Keystone. But as you go towards Silverthorne, there are less and less of those types of amenities.
Okay. And the more acute and types of amenities, we're talking about snow melt more specifically?
Snow melt primarily, yes.
Okay. And then I'm curious from kind of the town and county perspective, as you understand it as part of the MCC, when were you all first made aware of the company's inability to reliably serve new and existing gas customers on design day condition?
So my first recollection of being made aware was, I feel like it was during COVID when we had a large commercial development start inquiring about permit applications. And from my perspective, it was through the grapevine that I was told, like, oh, Excel had contacted us about this issue. This is a new large development. You know, how does this play into our goals, et cetera? And so I can't say that I was directly outreached to about the situation, but that somebody was made aware, and it had kind of trickled down to the staff level that something was a limiting factor. long before I think Mountain Energy Project as an application or a proposal was being made.
Okay. Do you have any concept for me on when you received any sort of official communication from Excel kind of regarding the situation with regard to gas supply constraints?
Again, I think a lot of the communications have been made at the elected and leadership level. So by the time I was made aware, it was in a request for the temporary LNG facility in the first heating season, and which was the 21-22 heating
I think
season?
it's 22-23 heating season.
Yeah.
Record, but and one other question with regard to community outreach, I know we've received some public comments, you know, expressing concern, hesitation around the placement of supplemental supply, especially in these small residential communities. And it sounds like the company's strategy is they're going to secure these sites and then pursue some community outreach. And I just wonder, in terms of effectiveness of the influence of the community in those decisions, if the sites are predetermined, you know, kind of how do you navigate that chicken or the egg situation where it seems as though some of your community members really want input earlier in the process, but the community outreach around it seems to be reserved until they actually know the official location?
Yeah, that has certainly been a challenge throughout this process. And I think a lot of the opportunity for public input is assuming that these supplemental supply facilities will be moving forward, and therefore how do we mitigate the impact, as opposed to where should they be located. And based on our conversations and information, you know, that we have very limited, we in general have very limited land available anyway, and then where a utility supplemental supply could be sited is even more limited. And so understanding there's a process there for the company, there has been absolutely a portion of the community that wishes that they had been more involved in the opportunity to weigh in on the siting, as opposed to just the mitigation.
Okay, and then I just wanted to understand, you know, the degree to which you understand or not the permitting that would occur for any, especially longer term LNG and CNG sites. Do you have any broad knowledge on that topic?
So because I had NDAs in this case around the confidential and highly confidential, I have been very separate from permitting, so I do not have information on permitting.
Okay, so you don't have any information as to the length or process related to permitting for the facility?
Except to agree that it would go through Summit County permitting and not Town of Breckenridge permitting in this case.
Okay, I understand, due to a change in location.
Right.
In terms of jurisdiction. Okay, I think those are my only questions. Ms. Judkin, yeah, my only question. So go ahead with redirect if you have any.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Burley, I think you said this in responding to a question from Commissioner Gilman, but just to be clear, although you are employed by the Town of Breckenridge, in this case, you're representing not only the Town of Breckenridge, but a broader set of communities, right?
That is correct. And I would add that they are quite diverse in their positions related to natural gas and reliability, I would say.
Thank you. And I'd like to turn now to a couple of the news articles that Mr. Wittershine brought up onto the screen, and some of which were admitted into evidence. I believe first, when he pulled up the article in the Colorado Sun on the REMP program, I believe, there was a quote from you that you said required more context. Do you recall that?
I do.
And if you're able to remember, what additional context did you want to provide?
Are we able to pull that quote up, please?
Yes, and I apologize, I do not recall the hearing exhibit number for that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have it either since there were a
I'm
lot of them.
checking. I'm checking right now.
Thank you very much.
It's not on my list. Apologize. Let me pull up.
So if I recall, it was we can't ban natural gas yet because, and the because was related to workforce. Did you find it?
That's hearing exhibit 413. The Colorado Sun.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I believe the quote was towards the bottom, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Is this
Second
one we're
paragraph from
referring
the
to?
bottom.
Yeah. So our council here in Breckenridge has been interested and has asked over time, especially in light of the gas constraint explained by the company at the time, whether or not we should pursue a potential ban on natural gas. And in 2023, which I believe is when this article, well, it says 2025 there. I thought this was 2023. But at the time we were working.
Top, Miss Federico.
Yeah,
Date of
just for the date, I'm sorry.
There
Yeah,
you go.
so in 2023, our recommendation, we felt like that was both an extreme and it would have been a challenge legally to pursue a ban on natural gas, given well, a variety of reasons. So since that time, we have focused largely on workforce development. And in fact, we have a grant from the Colorado Energy Office today that supports $75,000 towards workforce development in this space. And we are pursuing the latest update to the International Energy Conservation Code. So that was the additional context. I think 2 years have gone by, much like the changes in this case. Things have changed in Breckenridge as well. And I would say our workforce is more educated and more poised to take on opportunities for NPA implementation.
Thank you. And I think we're done with this exhibit. Thank you, Ms. Federico. Do you recall the last news article from the Summit Daily that Mr. Wettershine pulled up and he showed just the headline?
And that was the public comment on this case? Yes.
Is any additional context helpful to explain that news article?
That news article covered, I believe, 2 residents who submitted public comment in this case, and it did not interview any additional members of the public. And so what we at the Mountain Community Coalition agree with is that it is important to continue our pathway towards decarbonization through the acceleration of NPA measures in this case. And that's where we want to focus our time and energy, and our partnership with the company is getting the NPA up and running, because that is going to have all of the difference in the world as to whether or not we need supplemental supply in the medium term and in the long term.
Thank you. And related to that news article, do you recall when UCA Council asked you some questions about a public comment submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that residents of the MCC jurisdictions are likely to have a wide variety of opinions and positions regarding any action that the towns and the county may take?
Absolutely. And in fact, we have received a wide variety of opinions.
And is the MCC trying to represent the best interests of all of its citizens as a whole and not any one citizen in particular?
Yes.
And do you believe that the settlement agreement to which MCC is a party represents these best interests?
We do. And while we didn't address all of the provisions of the settlement agreement in the settlement testimony, we did highlight the pieces that we thought we were able to move the needle on, as well as opportunities in the interim regulatory filing to revisit some of the concerns that we had.
Thank you. Those are my redirect questions for you.
Excellent, thank you. With that, Ms. Burley, you are free to go. Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Very much appreciate it. Mr. Takahashi's been excused. We'll move on to Rick Brown from Sierra Club. We got UCA for 20 minutes, so if UCA wants to get ready. Good afternoon, Mr. Dennison.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mr. Brown, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
Sierra Club.
And if that changes, or if anyone tries to communicate with you in any way during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, sir. He's available, Mr. Dennison.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. Could you please state and spell your name?
My name is Rick Brown, R-I-C-K, last name B-R-O-W-N.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a self-employed engineering consultant.
Did you submit in this proceeding hearing exhibit 700 revision 1 as your answer testimony, along with attachments RB1 through RB14?
I did.
And did you also submit hearing exhibit 701 as your settlement testimony?
I did.
I don't believe you have any corrections to these exhibits today. Is that right?
That's correct.
As these exhibits have already been admitted, Mr. Brown is available for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Bunker, I've got you for 20 minutes. So that will bring us to 2:07, sir. I'll check in with you about 5 minutes before that.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bunker.
As you've heard, my name is Mr. Bunker, Greg Bunker, and I am a Senior Assistant Attorney General with the Attorney General's Office, and I represent the UCA, and it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
Thank you. Let's start with your answer testimony, which is, I believe, hearing exhibit 700. And if we could go to page 8, and on lines 4 through 12, here you testify you are supportive of the use of NPAs to reduce new investments in the gas system, but you are not convinced that permanent supplemental CNG and LNG will be needed in the amounts proposed by the company to meet the long-term resource need. Is that right?
That's correct.
And generally at pages 9, starting on page 9 through page 18 of your answer testimony, here you discuss PSCo's load forecast based on its design day peak hour gas demand for the Eastern Mountain Gas System, which has been referred with the acronym EMGS. Is that correct?
I did talk about the subjects that you mentioned there. I don't recall if it was exactly pages 9 through 18, but yes, I did refer to that issue.
Okay, and referring there to the top of page 9 in the subheading, paragraph capital A, here you say PSCo's load forecast overstates the resource need. Is that right?
That's correct.
And on page 9, lines 14 through 20, here you testify that due to PSCo's failure to account for several factors in its design day peak demand, PSCo overstated its gas demand, especially in the early years of the project, and this tends to make Piesco over rely on permanent CNG and LNG resources as a supplement to the project's NPA portfolio. Is that an accurate summary?
It is.
And if we could go to page 15 of your answer testimony, starting on line 3. And this actually covers over to page 16, line 3, but I think we can just stay right here on page 15 rather than shrink the page. And that is here on, starting on line 5, you discuss Piesco's 1 in 30-year peak design day methodology and a design day temperature of 39 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And you state your concern regarding the peak day design demand and shortfall are likely overstated. Is that accurate?
Yes, specifically in the area the portion of this testimony you're talking about, I was related to the tourism and out-of-town ownership.
Okay, and I see if we turn to the top of page 16 on lines 2 and 3, that kind of summarizes what you just said about vacation and tourism, and the peak day design demand and shortfall are likely overstated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that. And at 16 on lines 4 through 12, here you recommend that an updated CPCN application should be filed due to load forecast and peak demand projection concerns. Is that right?
I believe so. Can we scroll down so I can see the rest of the lines that were being referred to there? Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Now, if we could go to hearing exhibit 701, which is your settlement testimony, and go to page 3. And bottom of the page on line 16 through 18, here you state your settlement testimony explains why this settlement advances Sierra Club's interests in reducing emissions and equitably advancing non-pipe alternatives, the acronym NPAs, in this proceeding. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to the settlement agreement, which is hearing exhibit 116. And we're going to go to page 7. And you'll see here at paragraph 12, the settling parties agree to approval of the NPA and granting the associated CPCNs for CNG and LNG as proposed by the company on rebuttal. And then at the tail end of that sentence, it says with modifications discussed in the settlement agreement. Do you see that?
Yes.
So based on that language in paragraph 12, is it your understanding that the settlement is a combination of Piesco's entire rebuttal case as modified by the settlement agreement?
Can you say that again? I want to make sure I understand your question there.
Sure. So is it your understanding that the settlement is a combination of Piesco's entire rebuttal case as modified by the settlement agreement?
Well, let me say what I think the settlement agreement is, and it's basically what it is written in it. That's my interpretation. I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the combination and the terminology used there.
Okay, well, let's take a moment on this just to make sure we're on the same page. And that is in the first 2 lines of paragraph 12, It says the settling parties agree to the MPE and granting the associated CPCNs for CNG and LNG as proposed by the company on rebuttal. So the rebuttal case. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And then in the last part of the fourth line and the fifth line, it adds with modifications discussed in the settlement agreement. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for the commission to approve this settlement agreement, they need to look at Piesco's entire rebuttal case along with this settlement agreement. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was getting at with the word combination.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome, and thank you for asking that for clarification purposes. So let's go to your settlement testimony. And at page 4, on lines 5 through 15, here you state a high-level summary of the settlement, and you testify that it identifies immediate implementation of the NPA portfolio as soon as possible in 2025, and the deployment of CNG and 5 LNG storage tanks instead of 8 over the 2026 through 2029 period. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so let's go back to the settlement agreement. And at page 10 in paragraph 16, here it talks about implementation of the NPA portfolio and cost recovery issues. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it states there, Piesco will proceed with implementing the NPA portfolio in full as soon as possible in 2025 and to continue implementation over the 2025 to 2029 time period. See that?
Yes.
And is this what you are referring to with your statement that the settlement advances Sierra Club's interests in advancing NPAs in this proceeding?
Yes.
And if we could refer to paragraph 3 of the settlement agreement, it's on page 4. It talks about Piesco's rebuttal case, and you'll see in that first bullet point that the settlement will approve the company's request to move forward with the $48.7 million NPA portfolio with a 15% aggregate budget flexibility. Is that right?
Yes.
And if that full 15% aggregate budget flexibility is included in the total NPA portfolio budget, would you agree that then totals approximately $56 million?
Yes.
And going back to paragraph 16, which we talked about a moment ago, of the settlement agreement, since this provides for implementation of the NPA portfolio, the entire $48.7 million NPA portfolio budget with the 15% aggregate budget flexibility of 56 million, or a total of 56 million, this could be spent before the December 1, 2028 interim regulatory filing that we've been talking about during the hearing. Is that right? Is that your understanding?
Yeah, theoretically it could.
Okay. And in fact, if you look at paragraph 18 on the next page on 11, here the settlement provides that such funding is available in full over the 2025 to 2029 period. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we look at the next paragraph, in paragraph 19, the NPA portfolio costs will be recovered through annual DSMCA-E for electric and DSMCA-G for gas filings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now referring back to your settlement testimony at page 11, give me just a second, thank you. At page 11 on starting on line 12 and then on to page 13 at a line 11. But let's focus on the language on page 11, starting at line 12. Here you talk about Sierra Club's interests are advanced by an adequate guardrail regarding the use of CNG and LNG supply, with the settlement's inclusion of a lesser number of LNG storage tanks, 5 instead of 8, over the 2025 to 2029 period. Is that right?
I'm not seeing where you read that from. Can you?
If you're looking at lines 14 through
Yeah.
16 here on page 11.
Okay.
And in the question on line 13, you use the phrase advance Sierra Club's interest in applying adequate guardrails.
Okay.
So you are talking about Sierra Club, adequate guardrails,
Yeah, I got it.
and you're describing, 5 storage tanks, LNG storage tanks instead of 8 over that 2026 to 2029 period.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Bunker, you got 5 minutes left, just so you can prioritize your questions.
Thank you. And if we could go to paragraph 24 of the settlement agreement. And in paragraph 24A, at the bottom of page 12, here the settlement agreement provides Piesco may purchase and deploy additional LNG storage tanks prior to the completion of the interim regulatory filing if it determines more tanks are needed due to emergent needs. Would you agree with that summary?
Yes.
So under the settlement agreement in this paragraph 24A, Piesco gets to determine emergent needs. It only needs to notify the settling parties, and there is no limit on how many additional tanks it decides to deploy because of emergent needs. Would you agree with that?
That's not my understanding. My understanding in the settlement is that there is opportunities and for review by the settling parties, and then there is requirements by Piesco to essentially make their case for these additions. I certainly understand as one who was involved in the operation of gas systems, things can change relatively quickly. So I understand the need that to be able to add more tanks if something emergent happens. I don't interpret this agreement as being they can just do it whenever they want, which is kind of how you said it, I think.
Well, would you look at the language in paragraph 22, the last sentence that's just above this, and it says future paths for CNG and LNG and the NPA portfolio after December 1, 2028 will be addressed in the interim regulatory filing. Do you see that?
Yes.
So would you agree that between now and December 1st, 2028, with regard to this future paths and interim regulatory filing, that the language in paragraph 24A controls, and that it would allow additional LNG tanks if Piesco determines emergent needs, and there is no discussion of a limit on how many additional tanks? With that in mind, would you agree with my question?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the premise of the question. The portion here you're showing me of the settlement, it doesn't say anything about prior to December 1st, 2028, but that's not my understanding, is that Piesco can just add more tanks prior to that, as many as they want, without any oversight.
Okay, with that, I am completed with my cross-examination. Thanks, Mr. Britton.
Thanks, Mr. Bunker. I don't have any questions. Mr. Dennison, any redirect?
Just briefly, Commissioner Gilman.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, so when you're speaking with Mr. Bunker, he referred you to a couple of the settlement terms discussing the NPA program. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And Mr. Bunker asked you if those terms reflect the provisions that advance Sierra Club's interest in NPAs through this proceeding. You recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to check, are there any other ways in which the settlement addresses NPA deployment that you wanted to discuss other than those that came up in your conversation with Mr. Bunker?
Yes, I think my testimony made it clear that I had concerns with the pace of the NPA adoption assumptions and the NPA program that was in the original proposal or project from Piesco. And this settlement addresses that by providing funding that Piesco can use to ramp up in the early years the NPA adoption. One of the concerns I had was that because the constraint was highest in the early years and there was very slow NPA adoption, Piesco was proposing a pretty significant supplemental supply design, and that kind of locked in continued gas use over time. And I think that was one major guardrail that was included. And it also defers any decision on the proposal that Piesco made. Allows us to actually observe how the NPA adoption will proceeds forward. My experience has been that it's in cases where you're trying to avoid urgent and emerging gas system investments, that strong incentives for NPA adoption can actually avoid those investments. And so by deferring the decision to move forward with, say, hybrid 1 or hybrid 2, I thought this settlement actually addressed some of the major concerns that I had with the Piesco proposal.
Right, and you touched on one of the other things I think I wanted to ask about related to the provisions in the settlement that provide guardrails on the use of CNG and LNG. I think I understood you to just be saying that the interim review contemplated by the settlement provides one of those guardrails. Is that right? And is there anything else you want to say about that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So there's really three guardrails: the reduction in the number of tanks, the more aggressive NPA program, and then the deferral to see how that more aggressive NPA program adoption proceeds.
Okay. And do you or the settlement or the CS code rebuttal testimony that it incorporates to contemplate a possibility of an unlimited number of CNG or LNG tanks being deployed?
I didn't see that anywhere in the settlement.
Okay. That's all my redirect questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, appreciate your testimony. You're free to go, sir. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, I've got Justin Brandt from SWEEP. I have UCA for 30 minutes. Good afternoon, Mr. Brandt. Can you please raise your, Ms. Brahma, did you have something?
I did, just to help move things along at this time. The company is prepared to waive its cross of UCA this afternoon, which hopefully will save a little bit of time this afternoon.
Okay, both witnesses.
Both witnesses.
Okay, got it. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Brandt, I'll speak just slightly less quickly, but still pretty quickly. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and are you alone as you testify today?
Yeah, I am.
And if that changes or anyone communicates with you in any way during your testimony, can you please stop and let me know?
I will.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Hyatt.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Brandt. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Justin, Justin, last name Brandt, Brant.
And are you testifying on behalf of the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project in this case?
I am.
And who are you currently employed by?
I'm currently a senior manager at Current Energy Group.
And when you submitted your answer testimony in this case on June 5th, were you employed by SWEEP then?
I was. I was a utility program director and worked at SWEEP for the 7 years prior.
Great. So when did you move from SWEEP to Current Energy Group?
I left SWEEP around June 20th and started my new position July 7th.
Thank you. So did you file answer testimony in this case, which has been marked as here in Exhibit 500?
I did.
And did you also file settlement testimony, which is here in Exhibit 501?
Yes.
Here in Exhibits 500 and 501 have already been admitted into evidence, and Mr. Brandt is available for cross-examination.
Thanks, Mr. Hyatt. And thanks for coming back, Mr. Brandt, to testify one last time for us here. All right.
Hopefully not the last time.
Mr. Wittershine, I've got you for 30 minutes, so that will be 2:32. I'll help you out, give you a reminder halfway, and then with 5 minutes left, if I can remember.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldman. Mr. Brandt, can you see and hear me all right?
Yes.
My name is Patrick Wittershine. I'm an attorney for the Utility Consumer Advocate. It's good to see you this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to talk a little bit about supplemental supply portion of the settlement agreement. Did you just hear Mr. Bunker's conversation with Mr. Brown?
I did.
Okay, we're going to get into those issues a little bit. Now, in your settlement testimony, you characterize LNG and CNG as scaled down supplemental supply in the near term. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar. If you want me to confirm it, you can point me towards it.
Okay, well, we're going to move into the settlement agreement, so it's okay. So the scaled down characterization, that only goes to liquefied natural gas, LNG, and not the compressed natural gas, CNG component. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And so the settlement agreement states that CNG will be implemented in full as proposed by the company.
Correct. Yeah, I believe as the company and Commissioner Gilman spoke, I believe it was yesterday, that need might be a little more acute.
In this scaled down proposal from the settlement, it means deployment of 5 LNG storage tanks for the 2026 to 2029 period, correct?
That's what the settlement agreement contemplates, yes.
Could you please pull up the settlement agreement, hearing exhibit 116 at page 12, paragraph 24. And Mr. Brent, would you agree with me that the settlement agreement allows the company to deploy additional LNG storage tanks beyond these initial 5?
Yeah, I'd agree with that in specific circumstances. If there's an emergent need, it does allow the company to um, install additional tanks. I guess I would also point out the fact that in the company's rebuttal case, my understanding is, for cost recovery around the supplemental supply portion, that would be addressed in a future rate case. So while the company may purchase and install additional capacity, it would certainly have the requirement to show the commission in the prudency of those investments when it comes forward for cost recovery.
And according to the settlement agreement, the company can deploy these additional LNG storage tanks at any time before the completion of the interim regulatory filing, December 1st, 2028, correct?
I mean, there's requirements for notification and interaction with settling parties prior to it, but I don't believe it has any other requirements around the timing, no.
And you mentioned emergent needs before, right?
Yeah, that's what it says.
So under the settlement agreement terms, it's the company that gets to decide whether to deploy these additional LNG tanks based on its own determination of emergent needs, right?
Correct, and it's on the company's responsibility to then show the prudency of those decisions.
And the settling parties cannot challenge the deployment of these additional LNG tanks per the terms of the settlement agreement, right?
I don't believe it says that explicitly, especially in a future rate case. I don't believe any settling party gives up its future litigation rights or any ability to question the need for supplemental supply in the interim regulatory filing.
Okay. So, Mr. Brent, can you see paragraph 24, section A? It starts with the company may purchase and deploy additional LNG storage tanks prior to the completion of the interim regulatory filing.
That's what it says, yes.
And then the last sentence that you can see on this page, it says the company will notify the settling parties in advance of the deployment of any additional LNG storage tanks. Is that right?
Yes.
So it doesn't say the company will notify settling parties in advance of purchasing LNG storage tanks.
Yeah, you're correct. It says prior to deployment.
So according to the settlement agreement, the company could deploy 2, 3, or more LNG tanks if they provide the description and explanation of the emergent needs making them necessary, right?
Correct. And then again, as I said before, it'd be incumbent on the company to justify those investments when it seeks cost recovery.
Ms. Federico, we could please take this down. Thank you. So, Mr. Brandt, would you agree with me that PSCo's design day peak hour gas demand for the Eastern Mountain gas system is based on PSCo's design day temperature plus a forecast of the demand for natural gas at that design day temperature? Does that make sense?
I guess just first to let you know, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Could you speak up a little
I apologize.
and repeat that question?
Sure. Ms. Federico, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 500? At page 9, lines 6 and 7. Thank you. And you can see this first Q&A, Mr. Brandt discusses what is the design day temperature for the Mountain Energy System.
I see that.
And you can see the last sentence of that answer says, the company then uses estimated peak hour usage at this temperature to design its system.
Correct. Yeah, I think what it takes the design day usage and takes 1/18 of it and assigns it to the peak hour, if I remember correctly.
And you addressed PSCo's design day temperature pretty extensively in your testimony, correct?
Their methodology, yes.
Could we please turn to page 12 at figure JB2? So, Mr. Brandt, this is the relationship between minimum daily temperature and peak hour demand in the mountain gas system. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
this is an estimate that I made of the relationship between peak hour demand and design day temperature. Yes.
Okay. And can you see at lines 1 and 2 there, you state, one can assume that increasing the design day temperature by 6 degrees or more would have a fairly large impact on modeled design day peak hour demand.
I see that, yes.
And just to clarify, when you state increasing the temperature by 6 degrees or more, you mean by going from -33 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer to -39 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that correct?
I guess, yeah, I would put it the other way, going from their design day temperature of -39 to 6 degrees warmer, which would be -33.
Okay, thank you. Can we please turn to page 10? At line 17 through 20. You recommend that the company should conduct a sensitivity of its forecasted capacity constraint at a lower design day, correct?
Correct.
And
So,
by sensitivity, you mean a sensitivity analysis to see how the company's forecasted capacity constraint might change with temperatures, right?
correct.
Can we please turn to page 13, lines 7 through 11? And Mr. Brent, can you see there, you state this sensitivity analysis would be very helpful for the commission and other stakeholders because the design day temperature drives all other modeling of alternatives in this proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also testified a sensitivity analysis is appropriate to have in the record to provide the commission with a full accounting of what is driving Piesco's supply needs. Does that sound familiar?
That was my recommendation and answer testimony, yes.
Thank you. Are we on, can we please turn to hearing exhibit 116? It's the settlement agreement. At page 9, please. Okay, can you see subsection I?
I see that.
That's the requirement that the company shall provide an updated forecast of the supply constraint, which will include a sensitivity with a design day temperature of -33 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But the settlement agreement, it does not provide for a sensitivity analysis to be filed by the company in this proceeding, correct?
No, I mean, I think the settlement agreement, this sensitivity is, looking forward to the interim regulatory filing. And, I think more broadly, the issue of design day temperature and design day methodology is an important one that will likely be litigated and discussed in the company's currently pending first litigated gas infrastructure plan and the clean heat plan. So I guess, looking forward, we just wanted to make sure at a minimum this one sensitivity was included, but that also there are requirements that when the company does bring forward that next plan, that its modeling would include any changes to design day methodology or NPA cost benefit methodology or anything else that the commission makes in some of the important proceedings that will be coming up in the next year or two.
So am I correct, this sensitivity analysis with the design day temperature of -33 degrees will be in the company's future interim regulatory filing?
Yes, that's the requirement in this settlement agreement right here.
Okay. And Mr. Brandt, you testified that you and SWEEP support every provision of the settlement agreement, correct?
Correct, we're signatories.
Can we please turn to page 20, paragraph 46 of the settlement agreement? Thank you. Can you see paragraph 46? It says, nothing in this settlement agreement shall constitute a waiver by any settling party with respect to any matter not specifically addressed in this settlement agreement. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you agree the settlement agreement does not specifically address what the design day temperature should be approved by the commission in this proceeding?
I would agree that it does not address that.
So it's accurate to say the settlement agreement states that the settling parties agree to approval of the MEP in granting the associated CPCNs for CNG and LNG as proposed by the company on rebuttal, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The settlement agreement states that settling parties agree to approval of the MEP and granting the associated CPCNs for CNG and LNG as proposed by the company on rebuttal.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Bunker went over that language with previous witness.
And the company's minus 39-degree design day temperature is implicit in that agreement. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, this time like I said, I think the company's methodology across its service territory is an issue that I don't believe the commission has fully weighed in on the appropriateness of, and I guess I expect it will be an issue in the pending gas infrastructure plan. But as of this time, yeah, I would agree with you. I don't believe the settlement agreement or anything in it would change the company's methodology.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 500 at page 10, lines 6 through 7? Thank you. Now, Mr. Brandt, can you see that you testified that the last minimum temperature reading of minus 39 degrees Fahrenheit or below was in January 1962 on lines 6 through 7 here?
Yes.
And in your answer testimony, you criticized the company's design day methodology and data set as very skewed by these two extreme temperature readings that occurred over 60 years ago?
Yes.
So SWEEP, by signing the settlement agreement, it's agreed to use the company's design day methodology and data set, which you have described as very skewed. Is that correct?
I think at this time, we've agreed to use the design day methodology that the company currently employs. But again, I expect that that's an important issue that the commission will need to address system-wide.
Mr. Ritchie, just wanted to let you know.
Those are all of my questions.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Sorry for interrupting you at the end then. I don't have any questions for Mr. Brandt. I think I just had ECI on my list, so I'll go back to you, Mr. Hyatt, for any redirect.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Just a few questions here. So Mr. Brandt, you just recall the questions you were literally just asked about design day.
I do.
And isn't it the case that in the settlement agreement, PSCO has agreed to conduct design day sensitivity in that interim regulatory filing? Is that right?
Yes.
So in SWEEP's view, what is the value of PSCO conducting that design day sensitivity analysis in that future interim regulatory filing?
Say, as I pointed out in my answer testimony, I think in general, we've had some concerns with the data set and methodology that the company uses across its service territory around design day. And we want to ensure that at least when the commission and stakeholders are revisiting this issue around the size of supplemental supply and the need, that there is information before the commission so that it can see what a change in design day may do to the size of the supply constraint as well as supplemental supply. I guess I'll add in the settlement agreement, there's also reporting requirements around the actual operations of the supplemental supply in terms of the company's hydraulic modeling of when supplemental supply would need to be injected into the natural gas system and whether or not how operations as temperatures approach that modeled temperature in the real world, whether or not supplemental supply was in fact injected. So again, just in my mind, the terms of the settlement agreement are trying to ensure that when this issue comes before the commission again in 3 years after we have a lot of good real world MPA implementation experience and hopefully success, as well as operations of supplemental supply over a few more years, that there will be enough information to have a sort of fulsome review of all of these issues again without having to go back to the drawing board to have some of these same discussions around design day methodology and other things that I included in my answer testimony.
Thank you. That leaves my last topic here, which is supplemental supply. Do you recall the questions Mr. Witterschein asked you about supplemental supply?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that SWEEP's position in this case in general is to minimize the amount of supplemental supply PSCO uses for this project?
That was always our goal. I think this is an exciting MPA. As I said in my answer testimony and settlement testimony, as far as I know, this is the largest non-pipeline alternative proposed in this country to date, and presents a pretty exciting opportunity for Colorado's leadership. And yeah, our goal was to, throughout the proceeding, was to try to minimize the size of supplemental supply and maximize non-pipeline alternatives.
And in SWEEP's view, does the settlement agreement achieve that goal of maximizing the use of non-pipeline alternatives and minimizing the use of supplemental supply?
It does. It allows the sort of a large budget for full budget for non-pipeline alternatives to be available within the next 3 years or 5 years. And it's sort of incumbent on the company and stakeholders and all of us to work hard to ensure that those non-pipeline alternatives are successful.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks, Mr. Hay. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Brandt, for your testimony here today. You are free to go.
Thanks.
Yeah. Next up, we'll have Leslie Henry Sermos. And I have public service weave. So we've got staff with 10 minutes and MCC with 20. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry Sermos. Can you please raise your...
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Staff will waive cross of UCA witnesses, both of them.
Both. Okay. Wow, my timelines are improving significantly through no help of me. It's just you all. Thank you.
I saw us pushing 5:30 at that pace, but
I know. I started talking fast. Poor Miss Lay. Okay. So Miss Henry Sermos, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
I am.
And if that changes during your testimony or if anyone tries to contact you, can you please stop and let me know?
Will do.
Excellent. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Witterschein.
Good afternoon, Ms. Henry Sermos. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Leslie Henry Sermos. You spell LESLIEHENRYSERMOS.
And where do you work and what is your role?
I work for the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate, and I am a rate and financial analyst.
And you're the same Leslie Henry Sermos who developed and filed your answer testimony, hearing exhibit 400, and cross answer testimony, hearing exhibit 402 in this proceeding?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Henry Sermos is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Excellent. Ms. Judkins, I've got you for 20 minutes, which should be about 2:54.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry Sermos.
Hi, Ms. Judkins. Can you hear me well?
I can. Can you hear me all right?
Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you. For the record, I'm Sarah Judkins, representing the Mountain Community Coalition, or MCC.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. First, I'd like to discuss UCA's overall recommendations in this proceeding. So you are UCA's main policy witness in this proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And you recommended that the commission deny the proposed NPA portfolio, correct?
Correct.
And you also recommended that the commission deny the company's application for the CPCNs for the supplemental supply facilities, right?
Correct.
And you also recommended the commission deny the proposed electric distribution system upgrades in this proceeding, right?
Correct.
And as you describe in your answer testimony, these are the three main components of the Mountain Energy project, right?
That's right.
So taking this in total, it's UCA's recommendation that the commission should deny the three main components of the Mountain Energy project, right?
As presented by the company, yes.
I understand that UCA recommends that the company implement conservation measures as an NPA tool, right?
That's correct.
But UCA did not propose any other measures to address the supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain gas system, right?
Right.
Thank you. I'm turning now more specifically to your recommendation to reject the NPA portfolio. You recommended that the commission deny the NPA portfolio due to substantial uncertainty around the NPA adoption levels in the Eastern Mountain gas system, correct?
Correct.
And I understand this to mean that you think the company has overstated the potential adoption levels for NPA measures, right?
Correct.
And your conclusion from this is that the company or the commission should deny the NPA portfolio rather than adopt measures to help increase NPA adoption, right?
Yes.
And did you review the cross-answer testimony of Mountain Community Coalition's witness, Jessica Burley?
I believe I have, but if you want to pull it up, that will help refresh my memory.
Certainly. So that is hearing exhibit 602, please, Ms. Federico. Thank you very much. And if you could please scroll to page 17. Thank you. And Ms. Henry Sermos, if you could please take a look at lines 4 to 5. And so in this testimony, Ms. Burley notes concerns that the company likely underestimated the uptake of NPA measures by relying on statewide assumptions, right?
Yes.
And she also states here on lines 5 through 7 that specifically the company overlooked the impact of local conditions, including workforce availability, customer interest, and local climate goals, policies, and programs, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Federico, I think we're done with this hearing exhibit, at least for the moment. And Ms. Henry Sermos, you reviewed the settlement agreement, right?
I did.
And you're aware that in the settlement agreement, the company and parties agreed to form an NPA working group, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And one purpose of this working group as defined in the settlement agreement is to support robust participation in NPA measures, right?
I believe that's what it says.
So let me represent to you that members of the Mountain Community Coalition intend to participate actively in this working group. So would you agree that partnering with local governments and other community organizations will likely increase the uptake of NPA measures?
I think it may, but the level of uncertainty of uptake still continues, and it will continue up until we have some actual measures of the level of acceptance from the actual community members, not elected officials or other participants, as the company has so far done throughout the engagement process that it's conducted in as part of the MEP.
Thank you. And going back to one of the purposes of the working group is to support robust participation in the NPA measures. Would you agree that local communities and local governments may have a better sense of how to increased participation if in collaborating with the company than the company might on its own.
Yeah, they may.
And are you aware that the Mountain Community Coalition members have long supported local energy efficiency programs?
Yes.
And that these programs include support for DSM and beneficial electrification upgrades that align with the proposed NPA measures?
To what extent and exactly what programs they support, I could not speak to.
Okay. Can we please pull up the answer testimony of Jessica Burley, which is hearing exhibit 600, please? To help put some further definition around this, Ms. Henry Sermos.
Thank you.
And could you please scroll to page 18? And so here on the bottom half of the page, we can see a discussion of the Energy Smart Colorado program, right? Actually, sorry, could you scroll up a little bit, please? Just to center this for Ms. Henry.
Yeah, it starts. I was going to say it just starts.
So you see here that this includes a discussion of the Energy Smart Colorado program, right?
Yes, it does.
And this program is sponsored by the Summit County communities. Do you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And in this program, as described on lines 18 and 19, includes on its rebate sheet measures such as air source heat pumps, air sealing, heat pump water heaters, and insulation, right?
I believe so. Could I ask to have the zoom in a little bit into the document, please, to make it easier for me to read it? Thank you so much. That's good. That's good. I think we just need to scroll down a little bit to line 19.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would it be helpful to repeat the question?
I believe you just asked me about the programs.
Yeah.
Is that your last question? Yes, I see some of the programs there. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And those align with some of the NPA measures proposed in this proceeding, right?
I believe they do.
Thank you. And if we could scroll down to page 22, please. And do you see, Ms. Henry Sermos, that this is a discussion of the Electrified BREC pilot program?
I do.
Thank you. And on lines 2 through 4, Ms. Burley's testimony discusses that the Electrified BREC pilot program provides incentives for cold climate air source heat pumps, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that the Mountain Community Coalition members have experience in implementing programs designed to increase the uptake of measures included in the NPA portfolio, right?
From this testimony, it seems like they've been working at that. Yes.
Thank you for your time. Those are all of my questions for you.
Thanks, Ms. Jenkins. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions for you, Ms. Henry Sermos, so I'll turn it to Mr. Ruderstein to see if he has any redirect.
No redirect. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Thank you, Ms. Henry Sermos.
Okay. Ms. Henry Sermos, you are free to go. Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thanks. We're going to bring up Mr. Skluzak. I will acknowledge he's our last witness, so I do just want to have all the council here double check that you've admitted everything that you meant to in terms of exhibits. I'll address it again after our last witness here is done, but if you can take some time while he is testifying just to ensure you think we're in good shapes with the exhibits, that will move us right along at the end. Just wanted to bring that up, and then we'll also talk about SOPs at the end. So with that, we'll move into our last witness here, Mr. Skluzak. Hi, good afternoon. Look, you're one step ahead of me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you alone as you testify today?
Yes.
And if that changes or someone communicates with you during your testimony, will you please stop and let me know?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Go ahead, Mr. Bunker.
Thank you. Mr. Skluzak, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Corey Skluzak, Coryskluzak.
And would you identify your employer and position title?
Colorado Office of Utility Consumer Advocate and rate or financial analyst.
And did you cause to be filed in this case, hearing exhibit 401, your answer testimony and attachment CWS-1 through CWS-14 on behalf of the UCA in this proceeding?
Yes.
And did you also cause to be filed hearing exhibit 403, Rev 1, your cross-answer testimony and attachment CWS 15 through CWS 17 on behalf of the UCA in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any further corrections to make to your answer testimony, cross-answer testimony, or attachments?
Yes.
And could you go through those?
Yes. It's only two. It's on hearing exhibit 401, which is my answer testimony. Page 30. Line 2, I have statewide temperatures by temperature anomalies, and it should be but, B-U-T rather than by, which makes the sentence a little more understandable. And the only other one is, it's minor, but it bothers me, so I'm going to do it. Page 45 and line 4. Rather than it should be it is, as in it is very confident. And that's it.
Okay, thank you for that. And if I ask you the same questions today as contained in your answer testimony or cross-answer testimony, would your answers today be the same under oath?
Yes.
And with that, Mr. Skluzak's answer testimony and attachments and cross-answer testimony and attachments have already been admitted to the record by stipulation. So Mr. Skluzak is available for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Judkins, I've got you for a half hour. It's 2:47. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Skluzak.
Hello.
For the record, I am Sarah Judkins, representing the Mountain Community Coalition, or MCC. It's nice to meet you.
Same here.
And I'm first going to focus my questions on your recommendations related to cost allocation of the Mountain Energy Project costs. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, the total cost of the Mountain Energy Project as proposed by the company is $155 million, correct?
Currently, it's estimated $155 million. It may go up.
And it's UCA's position that the commission should order that the cost of the Mountain Energy Project be allocated to what you refer to as the cost causers, correct?
A certain amount of that estimated 155 million.
And in this context, cost causers means those customers whose demand causes the needed infrastructure upgrades, correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Just to clarify and make sure we're all talking about the same definition here. When you refer to cost causers, you mean those customers whose demand cause the needed infrastructure upgrades, right?
Yes.
And in your answer testimony, you argue that the commission could adopt a hookup fee for new customers in the Eastern Mountain gas system to cover the costs of the Mountain Energy project, right?
I accepted the commission's invitation to weigh in on their proposal for a $20,000 hookup fee. And in my cross answer, I stated some of the costs could be recovered through a hookup fee.
And you also suggested that the commission could apply a rider to the Eastern Mountain Gas System area customers, right?
Could we go to that part of my testimony?
Yes. Could you pull up hearing exhibit 401, please? And page 18, please. And please look at the question beginning on line 17 and the answer where you state the commission could choose to apply a rider to the Eastern Mountain Gas System area customers to cover the costs associated with the MEP projects, right?
That is what I wrote, right. And let me please explain, I'm looking at another monitor because I simply can't read the small writing.
Likewise. So we're both having the same challenge here. Appreciate that. Thank you. And if we could scroll to the top of page 19, please. You stated, looking at lines 2 to 3, you stated that one goal of either the hookup fee, a rider, or a hybrid approach is to ensure that the cost causers carry the burden of new growth and capacity expansion, right?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Did you review the answer testimony of Kenji Takahashi on behalf of the Mountain Community Coalition?
Yes, I did at one time.
Yes, I realized that it was filed a while ago, so happy to pull it up if that's helpful to you. But do you recall his explanation, and we've also heard this explanation throughout this hearing, that the Eastern Mountain Gas System is interconnected with other gas systems within the company service territory?
I don't immediately recall that, but neither do I have any reason to not believe that.
Okay, we'll go with that. And then that because of this interconnected nature, the supply constraint in the Eastern Mountain Gas System is impacted by demand in other parts of the company's gas system, right?
Well, I can't necessarily agree to that. I will agree that he most likely wrote that.
Thank you. Let's just go ahead and pull it up quickly. Hearing exhibit 601, please.
At this point, I'm going to object to this line of questions on the basis that Mr. Skluzak did not address Mr. Takahashi's testimony in his answer testimony, obviously, and I don't believe he did in his cross-answer testimony either. And it's calling for speculation in terms of Mr. Takahashi's proposals by Mr. Skluzak.
All right, let me see where she's going with it and see if that seems pertinent to his testimony.
I can simplify this discussion. Mr. Skluzak, were you listening to the testimony of company witnesses earlier in this proceeding? I believe specifically the testimony of Ms. Jones.
Yes.
And do you recall her stating, and I believe Mr. Pupko also addressed this, that the Eastern Mountain Gas System is not an isolated system and is in fact interconnected with other portions of the company's gas system?
I believe that's what I heard.
Thank you. And so in plain language, the supply shortfall in the Eastern Mountain Gas System results not only from demand in the Eastern Mountain Gas System, but demand in other parts of the company's gas system too.
However, that may be true, but I would say disproportionately it's caused by the Eastern Mountain Gas System.
So based on what you just said, it's reasonable to conclude that the customers in the Eastern Mountain Gas System are not the only cost causers for the need for the Mountain Energy Project, right?
That's most likely true.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Thank you, Ms. Federico. And another goal of UCA's position on cost allocation is to address what you term as cross-subsidization, right?
Probably use that phrase.
I can point you to your testimony if that's helpful. Otherwise, happy to move
Yes,
on.
it would be. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to hearing exhibit 401, please. If we can go to page 18. And if you could please look at lines 20 and 21.
Right, and it also shows up in lines 8 to 9 where I'm 8 through 11, where I'm basically referencing the commission's decision in which it props up the $20,000 fee.
Thank you. And did you review the answered testimony of MCC witness Jessica Burley in this case?
Did you say answer or cross answer?
I said answer.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. And do you recall her argument that rural customers have already been subsidizing company programs such as its beneficial electrification and DSM programs?
I'm sure she said that.
Happy to pull it up if that would be helpful.
Sure.
Hearing exhibit 600, please, Ms. Federico. Thank you very much. If we could go to page 36, please. And if you could look at line 8 through 18, please.
Is it possible to blow that up just a tad? Thank you so much. Oh, I see it in lines 16 and 17. In theory, rural customers.
Yep. And so she based this argument on the fact that there are significantly higher number of public service customers in the Denver metro area as compared to other parts of the company's gas service territory, right?
Yes.
And also on the higher uptake rates of DSM and BE programs in the Denver metro area, right?
That's what she wrote.
Yeah, and the fact that the costs of these programs are allocated equally to all company customers across its service territory, right?
As has been the historical precedent, but of course it doesn't embrace the new normal the legislature has set out.
And Ms. Federico, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 110, which is the rebuttal testimony of company witness Puquette, and can we go to page 47, please? Thank you. Did you review this rebuttal testimony, Mr. Skluzak?
Yes.
And if we can look at that table in the middle of the page, please. Do you recall that Mr. Puquette did an analysis that compared as a percentage the number of customers in the Eastern Mountain Gas System and the number of customers statewide?
That appears what the table does.
And in this table, his analysis indicates that Eastern Mountain Gas System customers were approximately 2.23% of statewide customers.
I have not done the math independently, but I'll accept what Mr. Piquet did.
And this analysis also compared the capital additions in 2022 and 2023 in the Eastern Mountain Gas System to statewide capital additions, correct?
Yes.
And the capital additions in the Eastern Mountain Gas System were approximately 1.61% of total statewide, right?
Again, I haven't done the math, but I will accept what he did.
And so his analysis concludes, if you look at just below the table, that the customers in the Eastern Mountain Gas System paid average rates despite placing below average costs on the system based on capital investments in the gas system, right?
That's what he wrote.
And the commission typically approves average cost rates for all customers, right?
Historically, that's how it's been done.
Great, thank you.
Except, may I add, except for those utilities that have more than one base rate area, of course.
Thank you. And so, but looking at Public Service Company of Colorado, this would mean, typically approving average cost rates for all customers. This means that the Eastern Mountain Gas System customers are and have historically been assessed the same rates as all other customers on the gas system, right?
Yes.
And so based on Ms. Burley's and Mr. Puquet's testimony, there's evidence in the record that the Eastern Mountain Gas System customers have likely subsidized programs and capital investments for customers statewide, right?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's turn back to UCA's support for the commission's proposal to utilize an increased hookup fee for new customers. And you supported the concept of mitigating socializing the full estimated cost of the Mountain Energy project, correct?
I changed that upon cross answer.
Thank you. So not the full cost.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the local housing challenges in Summit County?
Having visited there a lot, I would imagine there are housing challenges.
And are you also aware that there are significant economic disparities in the region?
I will take that on belief, subject to check.
Thank you. And do you see a $20,000 hookup fee as impacting the affordability and attainability of housing for primary residents?
Only if they choose to take a natural gas hookup.
And did you review Ms. Burley's cross-answer testimony on behalf of the Mountain Community Coalition?
I did.
Thank you. And do you recall that her calculations that to cover the cost, for example, of the supplemental supply through a $20,000 hookup fee would take approximately 3,900 new constructions?
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm also happy to pull up her testimony.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Could we pull up hearing exhibit 602, please?
Just for clarification, is this her cross answer or is this her settlement testimony?
This is her cross answer.
Thank you.
Yep. And if we could go to page 20, please. And Mr. Sklizak, if you could, if we could scroll down a little bit, please. And if you look at lines approximately 10 through 14, we can specifically look at line 14, where she calculated that to cover the estimated cost of the supplemental supply with a $20,000 hookup fee, that would take approximately 3,900 new constructions or new homes.
That's what she wrote. She doesn't show her math here for the 3,900 new homes.
If I represent to you that that number is approximately the around $79 million estimated for the supplemental supply divided by $20,000. That equates to approximately 3,900 new homes subject to check.
Subject to check. I will say, though, that I did not necessarily endorse a $20,000 fee.
I understand. Thank you. We'll get to that in a second. And so to move with this 3,900 new builds, I'm going to ask you to do just a little bit of math with me. I understand it's late in the hearing. And I also understand your position in cross-answer testimony, but go with me here on this math, please. If we spread out the total cost of the MEP over 3,900 new builds, which Ms. Burley suggests is unrealistically high number, that would equate to an approximately $40,000 hookup fee subject to check. So that math is 155 million divided by 3,900 is approximately $40,000.
I'll go with this, but this line of questioning doesn't go as to what I put down in my cross answer.
Thank you. And that $40,000 is nearly double what the commission put forward, right?
I'll agree to the math. I disagree with the entire underlying premise of your series of questions.
And would you consider this a greatly increased hookup fee, which you suggested the commission should consider a $40,000 hookup fee?
Objection asked and answered already. He's already indicated he does not necessarily support $20,000, and he has not agreed to your math problem of 155 million divided by these houses equaling $40,000. So I object on that. There really is no foundation for this, and this is beyond what the witness testified to in his testimony. And it's calling for speculation as well.
Thank you.
Someone just asked me if the calculation of the $40,000 number is higher than the $20,000 number that the commission asked for comments on. I think he can answer that, but I understand his objection to what he does or does not endorse here. Mr. Skluzak, I think she just wants some confirmation
Yes.
if your $40,000, and I'm using approximate numbers, but the 40,000-ish number is roughly more than $20,000 suggestion.
I will agree $40,000 is more than $20,000.
Thank you. And to clarify, when you refer to a hookup fee, you mean increases in the company's existing line extension costs, right?
Well, I'm referring to whatever the commission is referring to, and as I put in my testimony, they called it a fee in their order, but it was clearly a hookup fee that the commission was contemplating in their order.
Thank you. And then you also suggested that a rider could be applied to Eastern Mountain Gas System customers, right?
I did state that. I was giving the commission options on how these costs could be collected on the basis of cost causation and allocation, if not only through a fee.
And just to clarify for the record, is this a concept that UCA supports?
We haven't taken a position on it. I was just throwing it out as a possibility for the commission.
Okay, thank you. But we discussed earlier that Eastern Mountain Gas System customers are not the only cost causers for the need for the Mountain Energy Project, right?
The Eastern Mountain Gas System disproportionately is causing the Mountain Energy Project.
Correct, but my question was they are not the only cost causers for the Mountain Energy Project, right?
Yeah, we went over this before. That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thanks, Ms. Jenkins. Appreciate it. I think Mr. Acera might have a couple of questions for you. While we wait for Mr. Acera, I did just want to double check. At the beginning of his testimony, Mr. Skluzak went through a couple very minor, non-substantive, in my opinion, corrections. I don't think UCA's put those forth in red line, which I think is probably okay. I just want to make sure none of the parties have an issue with that if we just stand on this transcript and those as they are. So just wanted to make sure that doesn't cause any concerns for anyone. Okay, not hearing any. I think we're fine. I just wanted to make sure we didn't cause an issue not having a red line on that. It sounds like we're fine with the transcript. So go ahead, Mr. Sarah.
One quick thought on that,
Yeah.
Commissioner. So therefore, UCA does not need to redline and file that revised edition. Thank you.
I'm not hearing anyone have an issue with that. I think it's okay with Mr. Sarah. You know, since they're really very minor and we have the transcript as to what those issues were. So unless anybody has an objection, I think we're fine standing with the transcript if that works for everybody.
Thank you.
No worries. Go ahead, Mr. Sarah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Skluzak. It's nice to see you again.
Yes, sure.
I have two brief questions for you in the vein of the other two questions that I've asked a handful of other witnesses. The first one is, given where we're currently at in Colorado, the complicated record in this case on cost causation, and the comments of the company and staff about hookup fees and riders, do you have any thoughts about a smaller hookup fee than the $20,000 hookup fee that was proposed by the commission earlier for new customers in the Eastern Mountain gas system, say something in the range of $2,000 to $5,000?
I think that would be a start. The commission has to start. They have to start fulfilling the intentions of the legislature regarding natural gas, the future of natural gas in this state. And I fully understand our approach has always been average costs, but it's got to begin. And I think you're on firm ground, Mr. Acera, if you were to use the commission's gas rule on line extensions that Mr. Bunker and others have gone through. So the dollar amount, something smaller, yes. Is it going to send a strong enough price signal? To be determined. It will send a price signal, and you have to start. And I think you should lay down those parameters in this case to be picked up perhaps in a subsequent case, whether it's a phase 2, phase 1. But I mean, Senate Bill 23-291 was made effective, I think, in May of 23. So we're already 2 years out. And to the extent we keep dragging it out, I think we're going to really frustrate the legislature. So yes, we would agree to something smaller because something has got to begin.
I appreciate that. And this is another question in the same vein, but assume for the purpose of this question, the commission declined to approve the cost recovery mechanisms in the settlement agreement on the grounds that it's unfair to socialize all of the Mountain Energy Project investment across existing customers, on the grounds that it might distort customer electrification decisions, and because it wouldn't provide appropriate locational price signals to new home builders about gas infrastructure costs. Do you have any advice or guidance about next steps if the commission chose to require the company to recover some portion of the Mountain Energy Project investment through location-based new customer hookup fees in this proceeding?
Well, the quick answer is yes, and I would just reiterate what I said. It has to start in this case, and I mean, it may be too low of amount, maybe too high. You can always fine-tune it going forward, but at least you commence this. And what that does to the settlement agreement, I don't know. As you know, Mr. Acera, we're not in favor of the settlement agreement. So therefore, we're not in favor of the cost recovery that was agreed to, either explicitly or implicitly. So the answer is yes.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Skluzak. Those are the questions I've got for you today.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thanks, Mr. Sarah. I just have one question for you, Mr. Sklizak, especially given my conversation with Mr. Bouquet, his conversation with others regarding an appropriate place potentially to have this kind of locational cost allocation discussion more fully in a gas rate case, phase one or phase two. We have one coming up in December. Do you have any advice for me in terms of if we are to really have a more fulsome discussion regarding a locational cost allocation, whether that be a rider, a hookup fee, different rate areas, there's a lot of flavors. But what, if anything, do you think would be necessary for the company to submit as part of its initial filing there to really kick off and set the groundwork to actually have that discussion in the venue that's been suggested by Mr. Bouquet?
Well, as I said to Mr. Acera, I think it's important to lay down the parameters of where you're going in this case so that public service then can pick it up in its next rate case. Now, we know that public service can be filing a phase two gas rate case by the end of this year. So the conventional approach to a phase two is it's dividing up the pie created in the previous phase one, which was the 2024 rate case, as we all know. However, I'm of the belief that you can perhaps take this issue on in that phase two and further fine tune it after laying down the parameters in this case. And then order public service to start, charging the Eastern Mountain Gas System through the Commission's gas rule on line extensions. So here's the chicken and egg problem and Council for Mountain Community brought this up, and that is, the costs. The costs are not in a phase one yet. The costs are not in base rates, as we know. And by the costs, I mean the MVP costs. So do you start collecting through a higher line extension costs that have not yet gone through a phase one? Can you do that? I'm unsure. I'm unsure, and I'm trying to be transparent with you. That's why I call it a bit of a chicken and egg problem. But yet, do you then wait until a phase one is complete, another phase one is completed? And now we're another year and a half down the road, 2 years down the road. So again, I think time is of the essence in this, because I think the Commission's going to end up frustrating the legislature unless something is put in place. And I know the customers in the Eastern Mountain Gas System feel like they're being, picked on, for lack of a better word, but it has to start somewhere. And this is a very discrete geographic project. And yeah, other gas systems, interconnected gas systems may be causing some of this, but I keep using the word disproportionately because that's in the statute, right? So, I'm sort of meandering here, Commissioner Gilman, but these are the thoughts.
With regard to the chicken or the egg issue about if it's not in a phase one, can we consider in a phase two, et cetera? Does that largely, in your view, go away if the December filing is a combined phase one, phase two?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions, Mr. Bunker. Any redirect?
Yes, just a few questions, and let's maybe start with where you just finished your discussion with Commissioner Gilman, and before that, somewhat with Mr. Acero. And that is, you were talking about a phase one or phase two, right? And by the time a phase two is completed in terms of a decision, if it's filed at the end of 2025, say December 31st, 2025, by the time that decision rolls out, the entire or most of $155 million, which is the cost of the MEP, it could be spent, right? So could you give us some thoughts on that and maybe tie that back to your phase one comment?
Well, so, and I don't want to confuse you with my chicken and egg analogies, but this is another chicken and egg analogy is, I mean, we advocated in our testimony that if you send a price signal and it decreases not only hookups, but also, daily throughput. That's why I threw out the variable charge. Then perhaps the supplemental supply isn't needed in as great of a scope, right? But you're not going to know that until the costs are finalized, right? So that's the second chicken and egg conundrum that Commissioner Gilman and the commissioners have to deal with. So,
okay,
it's not an answer.
And during your discussion with Ms. Judkins, and maybe it applies as well to Commissioner Gilman and Mr. Sarah, a lot of discussion about cost causation. And I happen to write down disproportionate cause is the EMGS as the primary causers, the cost causers. Do you have anything further to say about that?
Now that pretty much hits the nail on the head. If you're going to rank the hierarchy of who's causing the Mountain Energy project, I think it would be hard to argue that customers in the EMGS are not the primary cost causers, because I think they are.
Okay. With that, nothing further. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bunker. Okay, Mr. Skluzak, you are free to go. Appreciate your testimony here this afternoon.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So with that concludes our testimony today. So and really for the hearing for that matter. I want to check with the parties to see if anyone has any issues on exhibits. Then I'll go to Ms. Federico, Commission Counsel, to ensure that they think we're all set as well. So wanted to just invite if any council has any issues with exhibits, or assuming I don't hear anything, I'll assume we've got no issues and we think we're in good shape. All right, Ms. Federico, turning to you, do you have any issues or questions with any of the exhibits in box.com we might need to address?
Not on my end.
Okay, Mr. Sarah, anything from you or anything you've heard?
Nothing from me.
Okay, wanted to get into SOPs next. The procedural schedule had the SOP deadline set at September 12th. Of this year. I certainly think it would be somewhat problematic for our schedule and drafting a draft decision to move it past that, but just wanted to bring up that deadline and see if there was any discussion that needed to happen regarding that. If I don't hear anything, I'll presume everyone is good with September 12th. Ms. Brahma?
Good afternoon again. No issues with the date of September 12th. I think we appreciate that amount of time. We did want to just talk about pages very briefly if we could.
Yep. Anybody else, any comments on the date? Otherwise, I'm going to assume September 12th, we're good. Mr. Bunker?
Yes, September 12th is fine with UCA, and we're, of course, sort of on the other side of the ledger from all the settling parties, and yes, we're fine with that.
Okay, no worries. All right, pages. I think Ms. Brahma, you wanted to get to that?
Yeah, I think we don't know yet whether the settling parties would choose to submit a joint SOP, but in the interest of efficiency, we want to leave that possibility open and would ask that if the settling parties do a joint SOP, that the page limit be increased to about 45 pages.
Okay, so would it work if it's 30 pages individually or 45 if it's joint?
Yes, I think that's what we were proposing.
Okay. Mr. Bunker, where are you on page? Sorry.
I would suggest that if you're making the page limit 45 pages, that UCA be given that same number of pages. We have a whole lot of folks to respond to and a lot of things to cover. So I would say 45 pages for all parties would be fair.
I understand you're running the whole field here on every issue, so I get it. I think you can go up to 45 pages. I would just emphasize that brevity is your friend. I am one person.
I totally agree.
And I
Thank
have
you.
to read all of this. And so in the interest of reading it and ensuring I can get it done and can turn around a decision, I would encourage you to be as brief as possible to make your point, but I have no objection to you going over 30 pages up to the 45, as I understand you've got the whole host of issues you'd like to address.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And yes, brevity is the friend.
Yeah, it does take more time though, as I was too busy this week to condense my original set of questions. Okay, anything else with regard to SOPs? Nothing. Anything else before I close the record here?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. We did it. That concludes the presentation of evidence in this case, and the evidentiary record is now closed. Really appreciate you all working with us over the last 3 days to get this done. I do want to sincerely thank all of you really for the time and work you've put into this proceeding. Want to acknowledge we've tackled some really novel issues here, some issues that may have been around a long time and just not gotten a lot of attention in the gas planning world. But I really do appreciate you all spending your time and attention on this proceeding, developing this record for the consideration of myself and eventually my colleagues. And I do really appreciate you all indulging what I understand were extensive questions from me and allowing the panel approach and kind of enabling that, including on the technical and legal side of things. I know it took a lot of time. Honestly, it took more time than I would have guessed or had hoped. But I really wanted to ensure I had a firm grasp of all of the evidence and testimony here, really out of respect for the work you all have done in developing this record. And I think it's my duty to ensure that I've got a firm grasp on all of that, especially as I work to draft my decision that I'll bring to the other two commissioners. So thank you all for that, and apologies for the time it took, but it did very much benefit me and my understanding of the subject matter here. Also, huge thank you to Ms. Crane, Ms. Federico for running the technical side of things, presentation of our exhibits. You all are fabulous and so efficient and so wonderful at that. So my gratitude certainly to you. As well as my thanks to our advisory and legal staff here for helping with preparation and running of the hearing and getting it all done. So with that, I really hope you all enjoy the rest of your summer as you draft your SOPs. And I really, really hope your enjoyment of the rest of summer includes some rain. That would be a very welcome relief here. Especially as we've got some really significant fires that very unfortunately are impacting some of our towns. So very much hope we could see some rain and relief here as we close out summer. But appreciate you all for the last few days and certainly the last several months as you've worked to develop this record. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.